since I might touch base with them because I know they play a big stream on Monday. So that way we're playing opposite. Guys might be more likely to play. And then I know David's got a couple of guys he's working on getting into town to play. He's not in Vegas right now. Yeah.
Did you watch any of the TikTok streams from this weekend?
I saw like the tournament or the watch. I watched Pierre win a big pot with ace king, first 10-9. I think that was it. Yeah. Did he? Wow. No, that's all I saw. Was there anything worthwhile? Just.
There was a few interesting ones. You know JD?
Yeah.
JD got some.
Did he?
Played a pretty interesting pot with Pierre.
What happened?
Like Pierre opens hijack. Moves to diamond.
Oh, I saw this.
What's that?
987 something queen. He folded ace king, the king of diamonds.
Pierre ran it on the river.
Yeah, I did see that one.
Hello, everybody. What's going on? It's TCH Live Monday. You know what that means. It's time for some 510 No Limit Texas Hold'em uncapped here on TCH Live. So I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. Going to be hanging out here solo with you tonight. It's going to be me in the booth doing the commentary and Padawan producer Kristen doing the solo thing on the other side as well. So running this ship, just the two of us. Hopefully things go smoothly. I suspect they will. But welcome to the show, everybody, as we got hand number 1 off and running, which is going to be a $25 PLO bomb pot. 2 boards, as we do here, TCH Live out of Austin. It's our fancy, schnazzy new table. Allows us to do so. Bones here going to flop bottom set. Ming has a club flush draw. See if anybody else has anything. Bones has a slightly inferior club flush draw. So Slicer going to come out and bet his middle set on the bottom board. A whole lot of not much on top. Does have 3 to a straight though, so some runouts will be favorable for him. 6 of diamonds not going to be one of those, generally speaking. Although I think he may have, no, just the king of diamonds. Slicer going to continue betting here with his set. Andrew in the mix as well with bottom set on the bottom board, and he's going to come along. He also does have the diamond flush draw on top, which is of course not good, as Bones is already filled up. However, Bones is going to ditch his hand now, and Andrew can improve to winning hand on the top board with an ace, an 8, a diamond. He gets none of those things. And he's actually getting scooped right now, because pair of 5s, sorry, pair of kings now here on the end, but even the 5s would have been good. So checky on the end, and Andrew is going to get scooped.
Yeah, trying to play some tournaments, you know, build the difference.
As he will show his hand, just for good measure, but yeah, 5's full, and a pair of kings. Going to be good here for Slicer to drag the first pot, 725, and that's going to move him on up to 9.75, 725, whatever, as he bought in for 9K. After this hand concludes, we will have the ability to throw some stack sizes up there for y'all.
Do you like playing tournaments now, too?
What?
Do you like playing tournaments now?
As apparently I just did something.
I like playing.
Bad.
Once in a while, I'll play the tournaments.
Bear with me.
Once every other 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, the reason
I do hope I play the next one. If
the monthly.
yeah, if my schedule.
Okay. Kristen.
And you come over.
I lost my RF poker screen for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm playing tournaments is trying to, you know, catch
Where does one do that?
Once in a while you win, and it's a really nice. Aaron just won. Really nice win.
All right. Anyway, sorry, folks. I've not had this happen before, but all of a sudden my my screen just died, and don't know how to get it back. I just have a little box now that says running RF engine, and that is all. All right, Kristen's gonna come over and sort me out.
6 sprays, 25. I respect you.
So, anyways, not sure if you guys can hear me or what, but I can watch on the OBS, and we'll just go from there. So,
One just landed.
all right, what do we got here? As we've got our first hand of Hold'em going on. JC here in the mix. He's got a couple of J wins, a couple of JCs.
How's your weekend going?
And it looks to be raising as Bones here.
Remodeling of my house.
Oh yeah.
The ace-7 of clubs may or may not be involved in this hand. He does not have cards, so it looks like, yeah, JC opens and just gets that one through. Or perhaps it was a third bet. Not clear from the action there.
What are you working on specifically?
The floor, the painting, and bathroom, every whole thing.
Yeah, just for you, or are you getting ready to sell it?
Ah, okay. So I've got it back over here. Very good. I just decided to click this little button up in the top left corner, and that worked. So, all right. All good things happening here. Let's go ahead and take a look at our net earnings here. Sorry, stack sizes. As we get this next hand dealt out. There we go. Slicer there up at the top. Bought in for 9K. Won that first hand. On, Jay Win, Bones, Andrew Ming, and JC all up in here.
If you do perfectly, we don't have to scan, right?
That's right. 7 and 8.
All right, Andrew here with his lovely profile picture. I'm going to guess that that is a very young and angry JC. Perhaps a happy JC. Wait, maybe he's on. Or Andrew. Was I saying JC? Okay, I'm talking about Andrew here. And he's either having a really good time or he's frustrated about something. It looks like he's on a ride maybe. So I think I'm going to guess that he's having a blast in that picture. All right, let's go. All right, so hand number 3 went by in a flash. Didn't even see what happened there, so we're on to the next one.
You gotta get good at calling in or using reservation and having something to do for those 2-3 hours that you're waiting.
All right, looking around here in the chat, did want to give a shout out to everybody coming on in, hanging out with us. We got Poker Monkey, Skull Bone, Frank, Reina, what's going on, y'all? Captain Under Pairs. Ragnar, of course. Cruelster, what's going on? DFS Brat, how's it going? If I missed anyone so far, sorry for that. Pot of Duality, hey, what's going on? Matt, how you doing? Donnie, what's up? All right, Jay Win here. He's going to raise it up to 75 with a couple of 5. On here in the mix with some sailboats. Let's take a flop 2 ways, and it's all over cards, as it usually is when you have these tiny little pairs. On, though, working with the 4 high spade flush draw.
But the game there, you're saying the game there.
Checky. 8 of diamonds here on the turn. 5s are still best, but on may just go ahead and attack this. 180 in the middle. Looks like he's going to bet just about pot. And Jay Win here, yeah, no choice but to just ditch the better hand, and on will take that one down.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The big thing for me is like I don't know what the word called, but like they're not very nice.
All right, Ragnar here violently smashing the like button. Brightest Future caressing the like button. All right, a couple of different approaches here, some different methodology. Glad you guys are, finding your best path forward for how to interact with the like button. If anybody else would like to give it a go, tickle it perhaps, whatever you need to do. Rampage your elbow, into it. I don't know if that would actually work though. It's like a touch screen. I guess it could work.
How many times have you had?
All right, 5, 10, and 20. Hand number 5 off and running.
The last
here.
time I went, I felt like everyone at the table.
Bones is going to be first to act here. He's going to come in for a raise.
Yeah, because you never get that in Texas, right? It's like, somebody does.
As you can see there in the chat, Streamlabs letting you know that you can click that link if you'd like to come on down and hang out with us on air. Let us know who you are, where you're from, when you would like to play, and we'll get that into the old spreadsheet for putting your name on the list. Pot of Duality, yes I am flying solo here this evening, so you'll be hanging out with me for the next 4 hours. Slicer here with the suited Ace-5, gonna come in for a raise. Bones is out of the mix. He had Jack-8 suited, but on is gonna see a flop. Gonna play this one out of position against a covering stack. And was ready for an 8 to peel off there at the end, but it is a gut shot. 2 overcards here for on. Slicer with a whole lot of nothing. This is a spot where you see, yeah, just like sort of a check and give up, or perhaps like a 1 bet, and if they call, then you shut it down. But he is just going to check this back, give it up right away, and on will come out firing on the Queen of Hearts turn, as that is going to give him an up and down straight draw. Full pot size there from on. And he'll turn his hand over, show the Jack-10, and you know, you just lose with ace-5 there. It doesn't matter that you were ahead. Like, you were just never going to continue, so it's all good. All right, let's take one more look here at the stack sizes. Slicer there again, up top on buying in for the 7K. Jay Win as well as Bones on 7K. Andrew coming in for around 4.5, maybe 5K. Did lose that first pot on the bomb pot. Ming for 3 and JC down there on just 40 big blinds. If we have the $20 straddle on, so the 1K short buy there for JC.
It's a live 20, live 20. Everybody's scanned in with 4, 6 full, 4, 5, 7 full.
You give them a couple minutes to, you know, get over it.
All right, some Choctaw nuts going around here. Both players sitting on the Jack Deuce offsuit. Over to Slicer. He's got a real hand, King Jack, and he's going to raise and just take that one down. No.
You have to bet like $1,000 to get me out. Not 300.
All right. Well, how was everybody's weekend? Hope everybody had a good one. I know we had a big tournament down in Houston at our TCH location down there. Didn't actually follow any of the updates or anything to know just how big it got and who took it down, but
Did you show? You won?
Yeah.
I did have a good time. Ragnar here is saying too humble to brag. I'll put a brag out there. I shipped a tournament here, a local one in the Austin area. Felt pretty good to pull that one off, and pretty darn cool little trophy that came with it as well. So be pretty excited to have that one sitting up on. I don't really have a mantle right now per se, but it's gonna go somewhere where I can look at it and be pumped. As you are when you win a tournament and a trophy. There's like 300 people in that tournament, so pretty cool. All right, Ace King 7 here, Rainbow.
I bet they have it in the
Nobody has anything. JC, though, does have a gutty. Does not decide to bet it, however. After just limping 3. And let's see here. J-Win can definitely just take a stab at this. I mean, he has one of the worst hands that he'll be on this turn with. And for a price of 30 bucks, JC says, yeah, I'll pay for that. And yeah, J-Win now is probably just like done with this, and if it goes check here on the end, I will not be surprised, but it will be pretty funny to see Queen High win. But let's see if that is in the cards, or J-Win is going to take another shot at this. If he does, I think he's going to want to go big. And yeah, he's going to go over bet, and that's the appropriate size. Takes it down with the old 9 high. Ragnar, you're absolutely right. It does look like a bead of amber for sure. It got like, the little bubbles in it and stuff. Really cool trophy. Pretty sweet. If you guys don't follow me on Instagram, you can see my post where I've got the trophy and the Beats headphones and all the chips and stuff. At Words Are Hards on Instagram. Reina saw Jurassic World Dominion. Okay, how'd you like it? I've heard a lot of derisive comments about it. People saying it was pretty cheesy and the story was kind of nonsensical. But at the same time, it may have been entertainment. So let me know what you think. I have not gone to see it yet. Let's see here. We've got a question here from Yukno. I'm going to come back to that here in just a moment as we've got a hand underway. Raise to 100 here from Slicer. JC makes the call. Bones makes the call from the small blind. Gonna put the ace-jack off into a calling range here. I imagine a lot of the time Bones also going to 3-bet that hand as a squeeze.
Yeah, I know.
Ace high, all clubs. Slicer with the queen of clubs. But JC here just gonna go ahead and donk out here from the middle position for 100.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Slicer will, of course, make the call, and Bones in a sort of weird spot. I mean, you don't really have many options other than call, but it feels pretty weird. Like, you have the best hand a lot of the time, but pretty strange.
That's only work with him.
JC here going to continue betting. It sticks with the size of 100 here.
That trick only work.
Slicer is now going to let this go, and Bones will have a very easy call now. He could even just sort of pile this, as JC only has 600 behind. And it's kind of hard to think that JC has like ace, king, ace, queen, or some sort of flopped flush. It's possible for sure, but for 600 bucks, like, yeah, I like this. Bones is just going to raise it up. He's not even going to put them all in. He's going to make it for a smaller size just to sort of, you know, entice him to put these chips in. If he does have like some sort of ace X with a club,
You know,
I mean, I don't know what the purpose of the smaller size raise really is here. I would have just gone all in to put JC to the test for all of it.
yeah, I did-
But,
okay, but John is
you know,
really good.
Bone's going to just try to reel his opponent in.
He has caught a big
JC, though, now perplexed with his decision, I
He
suppose,
He
as
got
he
it
has
all
not
the time.
settled on anything quite yet. This is the danger of donk leading pretty much ever, is that you're sort of telling everybody at the table, like, I have a good hand. And then
It's been a while since I got.
when you get raised, and you obviously don't have a good hand, because normally you don't donk lead with like a flop flush. It just, people just don't do that. Or a set or something, right? Like they just normally don't do that. So then when you get raised, it's like, okay, I said I had a good hand, but we all know that it's really not that good. And now, of course, you can raise me with all kinds of stuff. But on this texture, with this dynamic, I mean, Bones just has it. So JC is going to make the correct fold. And, I mean, I don't hate this. Like, he sort of gets away and saves his last 665 there by leading small on the flop and the turn, whereas he may have called some larger bets or even gotten all of his chips in against someone who he thought had like a flush draw. I don't know. It's just, it was an awkward spot there all around, but does preserve the last 665, so that is a win in that situation. Moose Duty in the chat, all caps. What's up, dude? Let's see. I gotta go ahead and scroll up here, see if Raina responded about the movie. Okay, maybe not yet.
He did kept on calling me River Monster afterward.
We definitely got some flavor.
All right, so where did it go? Yukno. Serious question. Why are all these local pros in Texas while the softest cash games in the world are in Las Vegas right now? Same group trading money on these streams. Are they flying back and forth every few days? I mean, I don't know the inner workings of all these players. I don't know what they're doing on a day-to-day basis, but I believe that you know, the games here in Texas are really good. They're also quite good. To say that the softest cash games in the world are in Las Vegas right now, I mean, I get it. The WSOP is going on out there. You hear that every year, that the cash games there, what used to be the Rio and is now over at Paris and Bally's, you know, brings in a lot of loose, flashy players that like to just sort of mess around in the streets. And I think that's true, for sure. But at the same time, to make it seem like, you know, the local Texas players, like, what are they not doing in Vegas? Like, how could they possibly be here playing? I mean, I think it's just a little bit silly because these games are great as well. But, yeah, there's good poker everywhere here in the States right now, and I imagine all over the world as well. All right, Ming and On getting tangled up here. Ming is going to turn top pair, top kicker to go with the sevens on board. On here, working with a whole lot of nothing. And check, check, flop. Ming checks and is sort of setting a trap for his opponent here, as On will step in it and bet 470, about 2/3 pot. And Ming, of course, will be happy to just check call here and allow his opponent to fire away on the river. Raina making a good point with 1,500 flights delayed or canceled this weekend. Yeah, it's kind of tough to go anywhere. That much is true. On here, going to river a pair of jacks. This may slow him down, but we've seen this kind of thing happen before where it does not deter him from continuing to bet. Ming here seemingly going to, yeah, he's going to bet here. 500. And, I mean, On may pay this off, but he may just raise. He's already working out the raising chips. I mean, he would just have to put his opponent all in.
400?
My kid has that too. Like, he has like one round eyeball and the other eyeball is like more.
This could also just allow On to fold, though, right? Like, no, On's gonna call. I think if Ming checks there, he may not get the 500 in value because On may check behind, but On may also, as he's usually want to do, just sort of blast it in there and be like, what do you have? Like, if you don't have an ace, like, you're probably gonna fold. Like, a queen might call the turn, just sort of doesn't believe or whatever, but then, like, gets to the river and you put him all in, and he probably folds the queen. So I could see On ripping it, and then Ming would have gotten the max value, but does go for the 500 there. And it does get paid, so pretty good.
Yes. The last thing you want to do is like.
Well, I don't have a
Because the relationship.
Carolyn or a Pratt to gamble with here, at least not in the chat yet. So,
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Padawan producer Kristen would like to gamble. You want to do it for 20 a roll? All right, we're in for 20 here, and I'm gonna go first. All right, me against Padawan producer Kristen. The roll is away.
7 raise 250.
Last 2 seats is done.
All right, I got a 56, so pretty middle of the road, but it's like pocket tens against ace king here. See if Kristen can find a pair. 52. Got you by just that much. All right. All right, King 6 tray, Rainbow flop. These three players, Ming, On, and Slicer, all in the mix. Ming gonna flop top pair with backdoor diamond flush draw. On has middling cards here with a backdoor straight flush opportunity. Slicer just one over and some backdoors of his own. Ming gonna go ahead and bet 325 here, and yeah, this should just get both his opponents to fold. It does, and we'll move right along. All right. Add 20 of Kristen's finest dollary dues to my pile here.
That much anymore, so it's getting better.
Ooh, Padawan producer Kristen flexing on her $200 win earlier
Sometimes
today.
It actually works.
So
It actually works.
she's got some money to play with. All right, let's see if I can get some of that. Got me 20 already.
I know someone's playing it, but is the other one open? Or?
I think the other one is open. I don't think.
All right,
Sanji
let's
doesn't
take
show
a
up
look
late,
at
so he's not here.
some net earnings. We've done one orbit here, so we'll just take a peek here. See that On is up the most,
The producer of the show.
Oh, okay.
up just about 2,500. Ming here, up 1,700 thereabout.
And that player's here.
Yeah, you should.
That doesn't quite seem right,
Down the-
as this does not appear to be a
There
zero
is
sum
already a 10th player, but I'll
game.
ping her anyway.
And yet we all know that poker is. So something is a little bit amiss on this plot. But we'll come back to that. Andrew here with number 1. I'll raise this up to 75. Hopes that somebody has something to go along to the flop with. Ming has Queen 7 suited. He is going to find a flop. And On waking up with a couple of J wins, couple of JCs. And he's going to raise this up to 250. Music to the ears of Andrew, who now gets to come in for a 4th bet. He's going to keep this nice and small. Doesn't want his opponent to go anywhere. This is basically a min click. Okay, not quite. I thought it was 550. It's going to be 650. On here does have Andrew covered. On will make the call. 650. And with 1,400 in the middle, these two players are going to go heads up to a flop. Stack to pot ratio under 3. Ace, Queen 10, my goodness. That is a flop if I ever saw one. That should get On bailed out of putting any further chips into the middle. Check, check. Andrew going to give On an opportunity to take a stab at this, as he has this just about locked up with the top set. On not going to take the bait, though. Does check on the turn. 4 of hearts completes the Badoogie. And when Andrew bets 500 on, is going to take one off. See if he can find a jack or a king. Doesn't want the jack, does want the king. Here on the river, can he find it? He cannot. 8 of spades, meaningless river. And on now. Looking at donking at this.
Injuries, but like we're not
And he will.
That stuff just doesn't make sense.
1275 here from on. And the only thing that just got there that wasn't there already was Jack 9. And
I'm trying to build a day-to-day
I mean, I guess like on can have Jack 9 here every once in a while, but I don't really think that's true. 3 betting with Jack 9 suited. I don't think that's in On's wheelhouse. So I think Andrew can very reasonably go all in for value. King Jack, of course, the only other hand that would be reasonable to have in there, but also to have the flop check through and then on not start betting the turn with the King Jack also doesn't make a ton of sense. So I think Andrew's going to go ahead and pile this all in for value, and on is going to then have to just probably take fold.
But what I plan on doing,
yeah, here we go. The all in is announced.
Not with 2 strikes, but
3.3K after the 1275 gets pulled in. Yeah, On's looking at 2K to win a pot that's going to go up to 9 if he makes the call. So he doesn't have to be right very often, but the problem is that he'll be right never.
Jack 10 and deuce 2. Ace 2. Ace deuce.
did he get a lot of spade?
yeah, I mean, well,
Turns the cards over to
stubborn that
sort of
after
show
game, he was like
the rest of the table, and Andrew, sort of the decision point that he is at.
Oh my god.
On is one of those guys, and you love it, where he just, every pair feels like a winner to this man, and I love it. I love being in a hand with him, or being next to him. So I played the live stream with him on Thursday last week, and it was absolutely amazing because I was seated next to him, and so he showed me his hand a couple of times when he was in a hand. And you know, it's like sort of agonizing over these spots where he's got a pair, you know, and he's like, oh, this is hard. You know, you love it because every time, like, he wants to win and he's gonna battle for every pot. So bluffing on is, my god, that is a scary thought, because that dude will call you with a 10, you know, on a board like this sometimes. You're over there like, oh yeah, I had Jack 7 suited and I missed it. You got me.
It's not a save situation. That's just so backwards. You want your best pitcher in the highest leverage situation.
On still in the tank here. I mean, his hand is just really not good. Like, what can Andrew have in his 4 betting range that is beat by 2 blackjacks? And he's gonna make the call here. He says there's just too many chips in the middle
Monsters.
for me to to fold this. And so he's gonna pay it off, and Andrew is going to get the fold up. Fold up for Andrew here with number 1 flopping top set, and playing it really well by just sort of check back the flop, bet just tiny on the turn, and then pile it all in over the top of On's lead there on the river. Just enough in the middle for On to hero call that off. And with the massive pile of chips unstacked, Andrew is going to go for a walk.
I just watched him for fun. Like, what I really want to do is figure out the right schedule to do it.
Douglas English wants to know, what do points do? They make you feel good. There's a little spot inside of you that gets warm and fuzzy when you have more points, and the fewer points you have, the less warm, less fuzzy that spot is. That's my own personal experience. On a more serious note, they don't really do that much for you, except for you get to sort of, you know, you can be like Skullbone and you can flex on everybody and be like, yeah, I got like 2 million points, yo. What are you gonna do about it? It's just kind of a fun little game. You gamble with them, and yeah, you accumulate them. Every once in a blue moon, especially on our stream out of TCH Dallas, we do some raffles where you can enter with your points, so that's pretty cool. All right, on to the next hand here. 5, King, 4, rainbow flop. Nobody connecting here. JC with ace high is best. Checks through. 8 of clubs here now on the turn. Changes nothing. Slicer picks up a gutty, though, so he can take a stab at this. And may just get the job done. JC, though, has a gut shot and still the ace high. Not a very inspiring hand, but he has not released it just yet.
Easy up on.
This is a spot where he could consider a bluff jam. That may be what he's thinking, but he is going to settle on a fold.
The last scene is for that guy who's traveling.
And Slicer will drag the pot with 9 high. Well played.
I mean, Eric shouldn't get a scene. He's playing on a different scene. Yeah.
All right, it's early, and so we don't have a lot of data points here just yet, as we are on to hand number 12. We'll take a look at the B-pips. Everybody's sitting up there pretty high. JC has been leading the way, getting involved in 7 out of 6 out of 12 hands.
I mean, when was
7 out of 12? Seems like a higher number than 55. I don't know. Who knows? I don't. But there you have it.
I still don't know like why the name is backlog.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on in the calculations here, like in the table, that is just not quite right. Like, it's impossible to have 10% VPIP over 12 hands. You can't play 1.2 hands by voluntarily putting money in the pot. So something's amiss. We'll have to talk to the RF Poker guys, get that sorted out. All right, on to the next hand here. We've got some limping happening up front here. The Ming JC on 3 players in a row here. We're gonna see some stuff like this out of them. Limp, 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 and then we'll get a squeeze. Slicer limped as well. Bone's gonna go for that squeeze. Ming makes the call though, and this could get a cascade of calls. Oh, never mind. It's gonna shut down at on. He had just the 9 triz. And Slicer with the ace-7 off, he's going to get out of the way as well. But we are going to have 3 players going to this flop. JC here going to try to put the Choctaw nuts to work. And these things show up earlier and earlier every week. All right, apparently I can't kill it from there, so I'm going to have to do it over here. Oh, no, I got it. I just had to do it on my tablet.
Cool that your girlfriend plays poker with you. Like an extra thing you guys have.
All right, another monotone club flop here. Ace, Queen, 9. JC flops the goods.
Today, I was really
Bones with the top pair.
Okay, your friend went all in. They ran
And JC rips it all in here, and he is drawing, or his opponent is drawing virtually dead. Bones needs running cards to make a full house here. That is not one of them, and JC will win the pot. Yeah, Jack Deuce of clubs there doing some good work. As thankfully for Bones, JC was very short stacked, so this is going to be a relatively painless experience for Bones, considering. Let's see here. Mo the Cat wants to know, thinking of playing deeper stacked, do you have any sage advice? I imagine you're talking about buying into cash games a little bit deeper than maybe you normally would. And the big things that happen in terms of strategy is that the deeper you are, the less frequently you're going to stack off with your like 1 pair holdings. So to say that another way is the shorter stacked you are, the weaker your hands have to be before you're willing to get all the chips in. Like, imagine if you had 10 big blinds and you flop top pair, top kicker. Like, you're, of course, happy to get your 10 big blinds in there. Now, what about if you had 15 big blinds? You're still probably fine. 20? Okay. Like, you're starting to get to the point where you're like, maybe top pair, top kicker isn't good enough to get all these 20 big blinds in. But really, it probably should be. Once you get up over 20 big blinds, it starts to change a little bit because the dynamics of the game over, pre-flop, flop, turn, and river, 4 different sort of streets of poker, is that the
Player
strength
checks
of the
on
hands
live
that you're
stream,
willing to
please.
stack off with
Player checks.
tends to just get higher and higher. So as you go to deeper and deeper stacks, you're going to find yourself nut pedaling a little bit more. So you're going to be looking to make much stronger hands when you are trying to get all of your chips in the middle. So straights, flushes, you know, 2 pairs, trips, things of that nature. Basically, if you've been playing mostly short stack and are now going to move into more of a deep stack sort of game, that's the main things that I would be thinking about there. The other things are your 3-bet pots, whereas when you're sort of short stacked, relatively anyways, you're gonna be 3-betting with mostly just your like best hands, right? Because you don't really have much maneuverability. When you go to a deeper stack, you're going to start 3-betting, not like a ton of junk or anything like that, but you start mixing in things like suited connectors, where you can make really strong hands like straights and flushes, and then be happy to get all the money in. Whereas before, you kind of didn't have the right price, or maybe less of the right price to be playing those sorts of hands as a 3-bet. You'd just be flatting those hands. So those are just some of the little quirks that happen when you go to deeper stacks.
6 pulls.
All right, so we did have a rebuy here, or an add-on, rather, I should say, for On. He puts a few more chips there in the old stack.
2 checks. We got 4 players.
Thank you.
On here, going to take his shot with the sort of bad clubs. Jack 4 of clubs. And no clubs in sight on this board. Does have a gut shot. Bones is in there with the dirty diaper. Andrew going to flop the nut flush draw, and JC with a whole lot of nothing.
Check. 2 check. 6 checks. 7 checks. Check around. 9 check. 2 check.
Checks through King of Spades now on the turn.
6 check. 7 bet 80. 9 pulls. 2 and 6.
On going to take a stab at this with his gut shot. Andrew will make the call. Everybody else out of the way, and it comes a harmless 8 of spades here. Ace high will win if we get to showdown, but On. Oh, usually not one to shy away from taking stabs, but turns out this time he's not going to go for it after suffering that beat the hands of Andrew just a moment ago. He is going to take the cautious route. Just check it down, Jack high. And Andrew will win. Another pot.
You'll see. It'll show that you got 2 cards that are good. It'll show little cards on top of your hand. The backs of the card.
Alice joining us here in the chat. Hey, what's going on? Welcome. Mr. Credit, wishing some good luck to Ragnar as he jumps into a 1-2 game tomorrow. Hell yeah, man. Definitely good luck to you. And yeah, enjoy, man. Have a good time. I hope that you enjoy it. And hope that you get a nice bink. That's always a nice little addition. All right, Manny joining us here in the 1 seat. Also going to buy in for the minimum, 1K. And he's going to limp his 9s from the small blind here. Bones going to squeeze to 100, and Manny will go for the limp call. Bones going to play this one in position, and ooh, flops second pair. Manny flops bottom set, and Donk leads for 50 here. Bones just going to make the call. This doesn't make a ton of sense, but he is just going to make the call here because he can't really go anywhere with the pair, the backdoor straight and flush draws. But when Manny continues here on the turn, now sizing up to 250, nearly full pot, Bones has got to be like, what on earth is going on here? Like, this is very much my board. but Manny limped and called the 100, so I think Bones can let this go. It feels super weird, and you don't really like it because it feels like they shouldn't be playing this way, and you never like to sort of get pushed around. But Manny just had it, and he actually,
You've
just
been playing a lot lately.
sort
I think you
of
play more than I do.
turns his hand almost face up, and it's just like, yeah, I'm betting a really strong hand here, and Bones is able to get away from
But
it.
you're on the operations side.
Yeah, you know, so like no new project opening, you know.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's going down, this last project.
Yeah, we're not getting new facility going on, so
Right.
you know, okay.
What do you do, Ming?
Oh, I do the Bitcoin mining.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, sorry to hear about the cold there, Alice, but welcome back, and hope you get over it here quickly.
It was hard. Like the whole industry was like
Yeah.
hard. Like,
Knock on wood, I thankfully have not gotten ill in quite some time. So hoping to keep it that way. Made it all the way through my trip to Vegas earlier this month without any
but now
ill effects.
everyone's saying certain.
So that was good.
The whole world is melting down.
Yeah, I mean we got
all the mining machines
All
in
right,
China.
Ming in the $20 straddle. Andrew gonna raise this up out of the cutoff, and Bones waking up with the ladies in the small blind can come in for the 3-bet squeeze to 300.
Where do you like working?
Everybody else out of the way. Andrew here. This is definitely a hand that I'm folding to 3-bet, but Andrew gonna get to play this one in position and ready to take one off. Jack in the window, king and an 8 behind it.
better for me, you know, like old stuff. Like people can talk, you know, like
Bones
whatever,
going to check.
it's better.
Andrew will check it back. Good result there for Bones on the flop. 10 now on the turn. 2 pair for Andrew.
I remember.
Bones does pick up the up and down straight draw, but yeah, continuing to check here as there is no real value in building this pot with a bet. Andrew, of course, now is going to come in for a, I thought this would have been a $500 bet, but he's going to come in for 400, as he does lose to some hands still. Pretty unlikely, as Bones is going to bet a lot of his ace-queen on that flop. And, you know, this is why you play Jack-10 off, because you just run out boats and stuff. So, Bones here going to check once more, and now Andrew going to have to decide how big he wants to go here. With 1,400 in the middle, he has sort of top of range here.
Yeah, I don't know.
And yeah, he's going to go big. He's going to go full pot.
Just leave it there.
And
Anyway, like,
this is what he would do if he was bluffing. Not going to be a ton of bluffs. There could be some 8, 9.
And now I got 20.
You bought 16.9.
I bought when
Pocket
$69,000
nines, perhaps. Things of this nature that interact with the
$1,000.
low end of the straight,
Yep.
Good work. And you
where
held
he
it.
would just sort of have to
I
go
still
for it.
have it.
Bones is going to get away from this,
Leave it there.
as he loses to just a little bit too much value. It's just
You know,
hard
whenever
to
you
not
say, like,
connect
at
with
the
this
end of
board
last year, it's
as the
supposed to be
pre-flop
100K.
3-bet caller,
Everyone
as Andrew.
holding that.
You could have, you know, 6, 7 suited, I guess, something like that, where he's just like, yeah, you check the flop and check the turn. Like, I guess I can just start betting and win with everything. But you kind of just have to let those bluffs get through because there's just too much value. As well.
If you like shitcoin, I got some coin.
All right, so Andrew going to go ahead and drag himself
Yeah, I mean,
another
I would
pot.
talk with my friends, like,
And
in
let's
the whole
take a
industry
look
lot. Like, actually, I mean,
at,
this cryptocurrency is simple. You
What
know, like,
plots here, shall we?
price for Bitcoin is a core for the whole industry. You know, you got a lot of
Andrew
people, a
here
lot of
moving up
business,
over
whatever, but
4K
price for
in the
Bitcoin
black on here
if it's
after
falling down,
some
then
initial
hold on,
momentum,
it's
taking a big hit there in that
back to
hand
zero,
against
whole
Andrew,
industry
dropping
fell
way down.
disappear.
Keep an eye on all of the chip stacks and the net earnings as we go along.
69,000.
Oh, okay.
I was saying the same thing too. I was like, oh man, it's a roller coaster.
No.
Bones like 69,000.
Yeah.
It's a really good
All right,
no
Bones
roller
gonna
coaster.
squeeze once again.
Yeah.
I guess we just had the one
That was the highest.
limp free
Yeah, when
from
they
Manny.
predict that it's gonna go 100K.
So Bones just going to raise this to sort of a standard 75,
Tell me
and
when to sell and I'll
limp
buy.
call from Manny with
And then
these
I hold a whole
goosebumps.
bunch of Tesla also. It went all the way up.
Yeah.
Checks it over. Bones with a very favorable flop here. Just going to go ahead and take a
Brother
stab
and I are all in on Tesla
for a
for
little
like
bit
5,
over
6 years now.
1/2,
That's good.
Should have.
That's
We
good.
never sold anything.
2/3 really.
Yeah.
And Manny.
I bought my first big
First reaching for chips there. A little bit of a pump fake, and he is going to let that one go after all.
21?
So
How much all then? Okay, not bad.
I'm gonna lay all
Not
bad.
bad.
But you know, I keep on telling myself
Ragnar
like,
bang
for
on
people like
50,
me and us,
and
we should be happy. I mean,
yeah,
if you just
somebody
believe
decided
if you
that
have a
50
long
is
career,
an
let's say,
L,
let's say 10
unfortunately.
years and you never had any
So that is
anyway,
unfortunate.
we should be happy that it's cheap, right?
I can't wait for 10 years.
What is Bitcoin falling?
Goldbone dusting off 10K
But, you
there.
know, whatever it is. Like 5
Still has
Yeah.
2.7 million though, so you know,
Yeah,
all is not lost.
It's a lot nicer to have a safety net of X instead of X divided by 3.
Yeah.
Do appreciate y'all tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out with us this fine evening.
That's what?
Half, when they half it.
As we are T-minus 5 minutes from being able to
I mean,
gamble
Yuri
once
is a
again.
big deal.
You're a big
You know,
Kristen and I.
But this time, like, we got too many going on. The Luna coin, you know, the USDT one, really facing some shit.
All right, let's
I mean,
take
I
a
would
look
say
here.
it's
As
way
we've
too
got on in the straddle. Slicer going to raise this up to 75, and Jay Win on the button going to flat
It's a
queen
timing
jack off
to
suit.
buy it, you know. It's the same logic. It's you know, like if they change to the P
JC going to make the call, ace
POW
5
to
off.
POS, proof of work.
On will
State.
complete.
It's
And
supposed
we're going to go
work
4
right,
ways
you
to
know,
a flop
it's
here.
Not reasonable. And a lot of problem. It's not that simple.
Jack 7
The
deuce,
whole
couple of
market is
hearts
calling like it will go on.
out there. JC does have the ace of hearts.
I think Ethereum is better, right?
What?
Jay Win, the only player to make
Yeah,
a
it's
pair.
better. You know, like,
And it
because,
is the
like,
toppest
Bitcoin
pair.
is like the gold in the cryptocurrency. Israel is like
Checks to him. He's going to fire out a small wager here, 75.
Can do a lot of things, right?
And JC here with the ace of hearts, backdoor wheel draw. Gonna go ahead and make the call here. Let's see if an ace, oh sorry, if a heart peels off, if he, attacks. No heart, so we won't know. But it is a 9 of spades. Doesn't change that much.
I hold 0 Bitcoin all the time.
JC checks. Jay Win checks back, and board pairing deuce here on the end. Queen Jack will be best. Let's see if JC goes for a bluff or not. 455 in the middle. Got a little over 1K in the stack. And yeah, he's going to fire out a very small bet here. This is 125. So quarter pot size bet, not even, I mean, it's a little over a quarter pot. I mean, I think Jay Win can only call. His hand doesn't really have enough strength to go for a raise, but you can't really do anything else. Folding is out of the question. Jay Win, though, I mean, I guess he thinks that maybe he could get value from like a Jack 10 type hand. And he's going to go for it. I mean, if you're going to go for thin value here, you have to go for the small size, for sure. So this small little $200 raise is just targeting something like Jack 9, maybe Jack 8 suited, pocket 5s or pocket 4s or something that just sort of stubbornly holds on, thinking that Jay Win could have busted hearts. But a little bit curious to see Jay Win go for the thin value there. I think most players, probably including myself, are just going to make the call for the reason that, like, your opponent is going to have something weird, like, you know, just naked ace of hearts there, or some sort of busted heart draw, and they're just going to take this, like, tiny little stab at it.
I'm there for the long haul, you know?
You're just not going to get those hands to call when you raise 200, and they'd have to have something exactly like a bad jack or some sort of middling pocket pair that they could even consider calling you. But really, more often than not, those hands are going to go for a check, let you bet, because you might have the busted hearts, and they're going to try to pick you off. Right, so those hands don't necessarily benefit from leading. Now, you know, JC has shown himself to be a little bit more of a zigger and zagger than maybe some of the other players at the table. So Jay Win maybe, like, I don't know, maybe he's got something that'll pay me off. Give him the business here.
That's it.
No,
Put in about $2 million for Tesla. That's how it goes.
but it may be years before, you know, I don't know how big it is. Right here, you know.
All right, Manny limping once again for to Jay Win, who will not be doing anything of the sort. Makes this
It may
a
take some
raise
time
to
for
80.
the economy to recover, and I don't know how long this inflation thing is gonna last.
I think I would have preferred a raise to 100 here. I think the 5x size is going to be a little bit more efficient and effective. You have 3 players in a row here, Ming, JC, and On, that have shown a pretty high tendency to call bets. And if you get a call from Ming, then you get a call from On, you get a call from, you know, it's just kind of a cascading effect. And Pocket Tens really doesn't want to go multi-way. He is going to go multi-way. 4 players to this flop, and bingo, there's a queen right in the window to improve On to top pair. Ming has an up and down straight draw as well. He was the first caller with the 6-5 of diamonds. Checks to him, and he's going to take a stab here. Small bet, 345 in the middle. He's going to bet 1/3. On makes the call. And yeah, this is tricky for Jay-Win. I mean, I think he kind of needs to peel one off, but it really doesn't feel good. It's just such a small bet. Like, Ming doesn't have to have anything. And On could be calling with a 4 or a 3 or pocket 5s or who knows what. But no, Jay-Win's going to get away from it, and his 5% equity wasn't doing a whole lot. So unless the 10 peels off. No, it doesn't. But the straight gets there instantly for Ming. On checks it over, and Ming here reaching for chips right away. Aaron here in the chat dropping a $2 super chat. Says hello, everybody. Hey, what's up? My doppelganger. All right, bet at 225 and a call. King of Hearts here on the end changes nothing. And On now with just the pair of queens is going to go ahead and lead at this for 350, 1/3 pot. And Ming is like, yes, please. I lose to literally nothing. I have the stones. My opponent's betting into me. Please have King 4 or something, King 7, whatever it is, where I can raise large and get called. Dante joining us here in the chat as well. Hey, what's up, man? Big raise here from Ming, 2K to go. On already cutting out the calling chips. He does that very frequently, though, whether he's going to call, raise, fold. Sort of gets the shell into the chamber, so to speak.
Spread out.
On got value raised on the river not too long ago by Andrew. It was a small size, and he ended up paying that off. It's small size in relation to the pot. This is a little bit larger. This is, yeah, a spot where I think On, yeah, can get away from it. He's going to make the fold. That is a good fold. And while he was ahead on the flop, that did not last long. Ming got there immediately on the turn, and yeah. Sort of got some good value there, winning a pot and move him up $950 in the positive direction.
So I bet 2,000. I mean, if I know that, I probably bet like 1,100.
You get a strike.
Yeah. I bet 1,100. I think you call. Bet
520,
yeah, I don't know.
straddle.
All right, onwards and upwards we go. Hand number 20 coming at you.
100 on me.
But if you bet like 2,000 on that one, you really make you feel like.
Dante flying solo here tonight, so just me here in the booth.
Yeah, it's a strong.
Padawan producer Kristen doing her job solo on the other side of the wall as well. And it is time to do another gamble if you're ready for it. All right, I'm going to go first since I won the last one.
Topo Chico?
5 raise, 75. Cheers. 6 call, 7 and 8 fold.
Go ahead. All right, Ming's turn to get number 1. Ooh, rolling a 91. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to beat. But I beat you by 2 last time. I think you can find a 93. Ah, 76. All right. Another 20. Let's go. Woo. All right. Andrew in here with the 9-8 suited. He's going to flop a diamond flush draw. JC squeaking in there with the 10-7 of hearts. He will not be continuing. And this is going to be a check call from Andrew. The shades are coming on.
Yeah, I know. I should. Yeah, you're right. Because of the integrity of the.
4 of
game,
clubs on the
I should-
turn changes nothing. Andrew going to check it over once more. And Ming checks back. Free river card here on the end. It's another queen. So now queen's full for Ming. Andrew, his opponent is not going to be checking back a ton of hands, right, that have like real value. So yeah, Andrew's going to attack this. I mean, he's got 9 high, right? Like, he's never winning this, and having 2 diamonds doesn't really change that much about this. His opponent either has like a king
Sodas all together,
or
no
like nothing, right? Ming's going to raise this. All right.
I gave a bomb call and soda from Monday to Friday.
A lot of people will just call here, sort of out of fear that they're up against quads. And that if they re-raise, as Ming is doing here, that they'll somehow then get re-raised, or words, and then, you know, not really love the situation.
You know, like the Coke Zero or the no
But does go for the raise.
If you can
And
find one
Andrew here,
that's good.
once again, totally bottom of range. I mean, if he went for a 3-bet here, this would be such a sicko play.
What is it, the aspartame or the?
Yeah, there's another one out.
It's not good for you.
They some of the newer recipes they moved away from aspartame because of the negative press.
Ah.
But now they're using another thing. You know?
Yeah, which we don't have a lot of data on.
Yeah.
Ming may already be
That's what I mean.
I still don't get how you have
regretting his decision,
0 calories, 0 carbs, 0.
as when
Yeah,
Andrew
so
does not snap call or snap fold,
So
Ming is like, oh, wait a
Tastes
minute.
pretty good. You know, like diet.
Wait a minute.
alcohol
What's
is
going
a
on?
big one because I really enjoy drinking, but it just got to the point where like
Andrew getting a confirmation on the bet size. Does indeed see that this was a bet of 400, raised to 1.1.
Sunday, I'm trying to get lit.
If Andrew were to re-raise here, he would likely have to make this something like 3.5K. He's going to go for the smaller sizing, make this look super value heavy. He's going to make this 2.5K. And so this is just a tiny little bet back to Ming, who's going to make the call. And I don't know, the
Green. Why is so green?
yeah, I like the idea, and yet I don't know that that gets a king to fold, right? Like, and if you can't get a king to fold, then you're surely not going to get aces to fold. I like the heart. I like the idea from Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't look like aces at all.
And I think the idea, you know, I'll try to put myself in the mind of
I was
Andrew
begging,
there.
I was begging you. have
Why
a king,
would you
but
ever
I'm-
raise
I'm also losing
on the river if you
But if
have
you
a
have
king?
a queen, I have
Right.
to pay for it.
Because the danger is just too high of getting re-raised. So you shouldn't have a king very often. So Andrew says to himself, well, if you don't have a king very often, if at all, then raising me means that you have a bluff.
But then when he,
So then all I need to
when
do
he
is
raise
click
up,
back
then
at
have
you,
to be all in.
1.4, and you're going to have to fold because, like, you just don't have a king. You almost never have a king. So I like Andrew's thinking there. He just sort of ran into the one hand that isn't a king and also felt strong enough to raise there. And, you know, kudos to Ming for not only making the raise, but then, you know, just sort of instantly snapping that off. Of course, you're never folding, but it's sort of earning another 2.5K or 2.1 because the 4 was already out there that he could have just called. So
Right, and,
additional
like, the
2.1K that did
You
not
said
trade him or
sort of
let him go.
Second
have to
nut.
be there.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Only one hand that you can lose it.
Yeah, I mean, and you bluff me back, like, you definitely
Like,
don't put me on aces.
The
You know, if
Chiefs
you
are
have
kind
pocket
of like
pair, you know, we pay
the
for each other.
Patriots, where like if you trade with them, you're probably getting 5. So I'm kind of worried about it.
P. Willie here with a question. Are any live stream pros smart enough? Well, that's a great way to start the question because
50% of that
I think a lot of these guys are smart enough to do a lot of things. Let's see. To change their play, to increase their off-stream profits. So I'm going to read between the lines there and say that what you're saying is that because they're on the live stream, their play is sort of being, their strategies are sort of open to what people are seeing, and so therefore they would wait until they're off the stream in order to implement a different strategy so that people think they're doing one thing and they're really doing another one.
Excited to see what the offense looks
Some of these players may do things like that. They may play maybe a little bit more loose or something while they're on the stream and then tighten up a little bit off the stream. Things of that nature is possible. It's also just, there's something about having a good strategy that doesn't need to be altered whether people are watching it or not, that is superior, right? If you just play good, solid, fundamental poker, you're bluffing appropriately, we're well balanced, your understanding of ranges, then it doesn't matter if somebody watches you, right? That's sort of the idea of GTO, of Game Theory Optimal, is that you're unexploitable. Now, people, of course, are never playing perfectly GTO. It's not really possible to implement that, especially with deep stack cash games, where the computing power of taking these really deep stacks and trying to, smash all of the different options into each other to get a real solid result. It's not really feasible. But, a couple of these players for sure at this table are implementing a very thought out, well-constructed strategy. And they're not going to change that whether they're on the stream or off, because it's just going to work in so many spots. So, anyways, that's my 2 thoughts about that. My 2 cents. 2 thoughts? More than 1 thought, at least. All right, let's take a look here. We've got a bet to 50, raised to 400. Couple players left to act here. Manny makes the call with top set. Just calls with the top set and the gut shot on the bottom board. This is definitely a board, or a hand as Manny, where I would be shipping it. As it stands, he's actually going to perhaps entice Jaywin to come along, who is completely crushed by the top set. So this is going to work out well. In fact, Jaywin is going to come in for a raise. He's going to see if he can thin the field, which is what I was thinking Manny would have wanted to do. Jaywin, of course, with the up and down straight flush draw on the bottom board, middle set on top. JC here with 2 pair and nothing? He's got bottom 2 pair on the bottom board and a whole lot of nothing on top. This is not recommended. But he's going to put the chips in there and sort of see how things shake out. He's got a backdoor spade flush draw on bottom to go with those 2 pair. Backdoor straight draw on top. So all the chips have gone in. Jaywin going to call both of his opponent's wagers, or he had raised enough to put them all in. Anyways, so we're going to run this out.
Straight flush.
Clubs, a straight flush for Jaywin on bottom is going to give him the winner, as he will
you either got queen 10 or
take the bottom away from JC and the 2 pair.
queen 10.
Queen's full of 3s on top here for Manny. Is going to take the top board, and they are going to chop up JC's money plus what was already in the middle. And JC looks to be readying a rebuy.
2 full houses in the bottom. At the top.
Is Grant 1,000?
Oh, doesn't have 4.
1,000.
Yeah, Cameron, Jaywin was in pretty bad shape. He did find the unbeatable turn card. Right? The 5 or the 10 of clubs would sort of seal the deal for him. And any other club would have put him out in front, but then still plenty of opportunities for his opponent to vote up. But, or maybe not plenty, but a couple of them. Yeah, Cameron, straight flush there for Jaywin. Pretty spicy stuff.
How's it
We
like?
traded reds. We traded reds.
And Dante wondering if somebody had pocket 3s. I don't remember if somebody had that when they folded. Oh, somebody did have pocket threes, okay. But folding bottom set there is absolutely the right thing, especially if they didn't have much to go on the bottom board. Bottom set in these bomb pots they'll sort of get you into a similar sort of spot as a flopped straight. If you have nothing on the other board or like very little chance of improvement on the other board, then you end up just sort of piling chips in, and like you're always going to get a dynamic change on your board with your bottom set or your flop straight that is going to just be gross. Like unless it comes like ace jack 10 and you have queen king, and then it's just like 4-3, you know, like that's the time where and it doesn't put a flush out there, right? Like, and that's pretty rare. Usually you're gonna have some sort of board pair, or it's gonna run out where there's possible flush, things of that nature.
Yeah.
So, bottom sets, flop straights, those are dangerous hands.
It would have made a difference.
Yeah, I still.
That's fine.
Yeah, but I still.
White's
have
app
to vote. I know
saying
someone
that
has
Ming
to,
had the
like,
3-3.
than me.
Thanks for updating us there.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean.
All right, Bone's going to make this raise here. Manny trying to limp once again 3, and he will go for the limp call once again. So Bones
I know it was
and
very
Manny
for me.
with quite a few of these hands playing out this way. It's 10-4-4, a couple of hearts here. Could be a natural check from Manny, and we'll see if Bones c-bets and Manny
Yeah, I mean, it was kind
will
of
have a decision to make here with the ace high. It appears that this hand is already over. Did not quite see what happened, but I'm going to guess that Bones won the pot with a c-bet.
Oh, that's all the way up north, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that also south?
Couldn't tell you. Maybe Manny bet flop.
What are you doing over in Dallas?
Says Bones won. All right, so I'll assume that's correct. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, we're together. So you're gonna often just hang out for a little bit?
Okay, had a little bit of a freezing computer issue over on Kristen's side, but should be back up and running here.
This TV has to stay on
20?
Cool, Bones bet. All right, I'm going to limp his queen deuce of hearts. Slicer should see this as a weak play and attack it. Yep, for a raise to 100. Andrew here, squeezing hand out of the small blind. Going to take this up to 300. No, just 200. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is a min-click squeeze. This doesn't even actually qualify as a squeeze. Yeah, I think that size is incorrect. I would have gone to 400 there. Does flop the diamond flush draw, and still has the best hand with the king jack high. Gonna blast this for 2/3.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I mean, I was going like he told me
Quickly
like,
take this down.
Oh, he was joking. He was joking. Oh, yeah.
All right, 181 of you fine folks hanging out with us here this evening. My screen, as always, shows frozen at 15 likes, so I know there are more than that, but if you haven't had an opportunity to rear back and strike the like button with the force of 1,000 ostriches, please do consider doing so. It does help us out. We would appreciate it oh so much. And if you are not subscribed to the channel, consider doing that as well. There's a little subscribe button there that you can smack. That will allow you to do all of the fun Streamlabs activities like gambling and earning points. It will allow you to chat and participate with the rest of the viewers and myself. And it helps us out a lot. So thank you so much to all of our subscribers and to anybody who joins us in the subscriber stream. Right. Raise to 75. 3-bet to 300 here. I bet you Andrew has the dirty diaper, the deuce 3 offsuit. The reason I believe that is because he seems to have a propensity. It could be 7 deuce as well, but he has a propensity to take these really, really bad hands and play them aggressively pre-flop to just sort of punk people, and then he likes to show the hand. I like it a lot, Andrew. He's got a lot of heart. Jay Wynn going for the cold 4, and Andrew's going to make the call here. So we don't know exactly what he has. He has a deuce, as far as we can tell.
on ABC. It is on ABC?
Jay Wynn here, gonna check it over, and Andrew did not win the pot, but he is going to think about what to do.
Yeah, I'm saying it's like, like channel number 7 or like number 15. They're very low. There you go.
Checks it back.
All right. Thank you.
Hard to imagine a card with that deuce that is not interested in betting when check two. 4 of spades, question mark, on the turn? Confirmed. Checky, checky once again. If that is an ace with that deuce, Andrew has just turned the wheel. Sort of inconceivable that he would have a 7 with it and not be betting, so this could be deuce 3, this could be ace deuce. Jay Wynn gonna pick up top pair here on the end. Kings with a jack kicker, and should be going for a little bit of value here. Andrew checking back has definitely indicated that he has showdown value. And yeah, Jay Wynn gonna go for a half pot size here. Oh no, there's an extra pink chip out there. This is a 2/3 sizing. Maybe 3/4. Andrew now in a spot. If he does have the wheel with the ace deuce, say the ace deuce of hearts, then raise will be incoming. Given the fact that Andrew called the 4th bet, the cold 4 bet, I think this is ace deuce, meaning that he has the wheel at this point and should be raising. With the size of the pot out here too, Andrew's only move is to go all in. I mean, I say that, of course he can do other things, but Andrew just gonna shut this one down, perhaps had the 7 Dewey and was just done with it, didn't want to dust off any further, any more money. And I guess at the other end of the spectrum is that he may not have had the deuce at all because, you know, maybe we had some sort of card error. Somebody else pitching a card across his scanner or something. He had not moved his cards back on his scanner. We have that little screen. Sometimes you can see it when we're looking over at the sort of 4, 5, and 6 seats. You know, you can see that screen behind them. That is for the dealer to see whether or not all of the players have scanned their cards. And if somebody hasn't, you can see it right there. So the table turns orange when everybody has scanned their cards. If somebody hasn't, it remains that sort of like green or blue or whatever the hell it was. And the dealer can then announce to the players, like, hey, you need to scan your cards because you can see it right there. But Mr. Andy Brown in the box did not alert our friend Andrew to the fact that his cards weren't scanned, so we didn't get those in. We'll never know. Dante asking, do I have any poker rituals when involved in a hand? I mean, I don't know that I would say I have a ritual or something. I guess I usually put a chip on top of my cards. The reason for that being, I usually keep my hand over my cards as well, but particularly if I have a beverage that I'm enjoying, then I like to, you know, if I'm going to lift my hand away from my cards where I'm not protecting them, I need to have something on them. Because far too many times I have seen people leave naked cards out there, and someone just like errantly folds their cards into your hand or throws a chip from across the table and it knocks one of your cards into the muck. I mean, it's just some silly stuff. Low probability event, doesn't happen very often. But to imagine losing a hand because your hand gets fouled is just like unconscionable. Like I can't abide. So I always have a chip on top of my cards or something there to sort of protect them from being fouled. Other than that, I don't know that I have some sort of ritual really. Kristen's got a good one. What do you got?
Can you please start the tournament clock?
So, okay, so I'm going to try to relay this to all of y'all, but I need some clarification. It was because it needed to have 2 3s in it, or just... Otherwise he would have folded? Alright, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, but, okay, so apparently this player asked Kristen for the time.
Coach Amy.
She told him it was 3:03, and he made the call because there were two numbers that were the same in the time. But had there not been two numbers that were the same, he would have folded. So that's not like a 50-50 coin flip or something. That's dramatically skewed towards folding. And then the rest of the time you call, you know, like these sort of low probability things like 637, cool, fold. 642, fold. 646, oh, now I'm calling, you know, like, yeah, all right, interesting. Yeah, if you want to call, you better wait 30 seconds until that number clicks up or whatever. I mean, so people will randomize, you know, usually like higher stakes players that are doing GTO stuff where there's a lot of mixed frequency things where the expected value of making a certain action, like, okay, I'm going to bet or I'm going to check, right? Like the expected value of those is effectively the same. So then you sort of mix in order to be more difficult to play against. Even though you could just like always check or always bet and like it still wouldn't change your expected value. Anyways, when people do actions at a mixed frequency, they'll try to randomize, and they usually have some sort of methodology for that. Where, yeah, maybe they look at a clock, or maybe they have a random number generator, or maybe they have a die or something that they roll. Or, I mean, there's any number of different things that you can do. Chip shuffle, where, you know, how the chips are oriented, you know, all kinds of different tricks that people have developed over the years. This hand is just sort of a nothing burger. We've got ace high versus 7 high here, so Bones is just going to show down the ace high and win. But to have a scheme like this gentleman apparently has with the clock and the numbers is, I mean, I don't know, it's some sort of superstition thing more than a randomization, for sure. Alan Birch here, would 2:22 p.m. be a call or a fold? I'm pretty sure that would be considered a call. I would have to interview this gentleman myself to know if the 2:22 like somehow. Now there's 3 of the same, so that re-negates it or something. I have no idea. But 2:02, 2:12 would count, so I suspect 2:22 would do it as well.
Sushi Bar ATX.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I heard.
One in East Austin.
When did you go?
I put my name on the cancellation list, and I got an email. I put it on for like an entire week.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a methodology like a sound one to what you're doing, like literally flipping a coin when you think that the decision is 50-50, and then just wanting to take it out of your own hands so that you can always like be like, oh, well, I flipped the coin and it said to fold, so I folded. And like now I just like sleep well at night because I'm not wondering what the guy had. I'm not wondering if I got bluffed. The coin told me to fold, I folded. You know, you got something like that where you truly think that the coin is just as good at deciding as you are, but it helps you sleep better at night, then, you know, okay, so be it. But if you're going to take some sort of skewed, you know, methodology to whether you call or fold that is more just superstition, then I'm not sure that that's benefiting your game. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. Manny here has a pair, and Slicer has 2 pair. So Manny calling the flop bet, but gonna shut things down on the turn. Does show the 7 to be like, yeah, I had something. And Slicer gonna be sad that more chips did not go in the middle, but I'll take that one down.
It's like in like the Lost.
Dante gonna see us on Thursday. Are you playing or doing commentary? What's going on? I will be playing this Thursday.
Name.
So, be in the mix again. Had a nice session last time. Got a good double up through on. Didn't play a ton of other hands. Had a little bit of, I wouldn't say card dead. I mean, I think my VPIP was still in the mid-20s. But didn't play very many big pots except for that one big one against on. Red Pocket King. He had 10-7 turn. Top pair of 10. Got all the chips in and I held. So, looking forward to playing this Thursday, for sure.
Because the pricing was different. I mean, it's
all right, hand number 28 is underway. We've got Slicer limping from the big blind into the straddle. His opponent going to check, and heads up to a flop we go. Andrew and Slicer. Slicer going to take a stab here with 3 to a straight, backdoor diamonds. Andrew calls with the diamond draw, front door variety, and bingo, diamond right on the turn.
That's a good one to have.
Yeah, definitely a spot for Slicer to continue betting with his 10 high. And Andrew, though, with a bad flush, going to need to start raising pretty soon, but just going to call here. Interesting spot. That's a spot where your hand is super vulnerable. I mean, at the same time, this is a limp pot and blind versus blind, and Slicer is going to have a whole lot of not much. And if you give him an opportunity, he might bet, and he makes a straight here on the end. And he's betting for what he thinks is value. So Andrew, actually, this is going to work out really well for him because he didn't raise the diamonds. So now there's like no fear in Slicer's mind about the flush being there. Yeah, he's going to have to call this. And yeah, butt flush here for Andrew. 10 for Slicer, no good. 6 card straight to boot with the diamond blocker. And that's just kind of a cooler for Slicer, but actually really well played by Andrew. If he doesn't, if he raises the turn, I'm not sure he gets the same amount of value there on the river, because it probably goes check, bet big, and maybe even fold. I'm not sure. I might still pay that one off with the blocker.
I was by myself,
really not sure.
so I like kind of had to be cognizant.
Let's see. Mo the Cat here says, here's a good randomizer. Your first hole card,
Absolutely blitzed.
50% red, yes. Black, no. 25% club, yes.
Yeah, I know.
Other.
I wish I could get a.
No. Okay, so just going off of the suits. Well, the problem with using your cards and the suits is that it's also going to be affected by what's out on the board. And generally speaking, is going to have an effect on whether or not you would want to call with that combo to begin with, because suits are going to matter a lot as to like what your opponent's range consists of. I don't know. I mean, I think your idea is pretty reasonable. I think it's certainly a way that you could go about things. Yeah, I don't know. I think that if you're actually truly going to randomize, I think something like just looking at a clock and going with like, is the minute odd or even? And then just like, bam, done. It's easy. Like, you just perfectly 50-50. If it's odd, I do this. If it's even, I do this. And, you know, just make up your mind in your head before you look at the clock, of course. Like, if you're like, unless you just always stick with the same, it, like, odd is full, you know? Just look at the clock, it's odd. But if you're ever going to mix that up, you know, just make sure you make a decision.
You also have to walk through like a coffee place.
Yeah, you walk through like an ice cream shop.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see. I'm going to see when we last gambled. I think we're still a little bit away, but probably getting close here.
Welcome drinks.
Well, my chat has run out of room.
She's nice though. I talked to her a lot because, like I said, I was by myself.
The main girl is amazing.
60.
I remember like when I was still in college, like there was a new Chinese restaurant in town, you know, I was in Auburn, and one day I was eating my lunch.
All right, we got some hands developing here. Jayvin's going to raise. Slicer re-raising on the button, and Bones here waking up in the straddle with a couple of red ladies. He's going to come in for the cold 4. Jaywin with a pretty easy decision here. You hate to fold the suited connector, but you know there's plenty of scenarios where you just have to. You're just done with it. Slicer though, he's getting the price. He's going to play this one in position with that dead money from Jaywin in the middle. See if he can bink something out here. It's not to be.
They also have very good one a lot in Houston.
Jaywin, of course, going to be happy to not be in this one with 7 8 hearts.
There's some places that are fun.
1275 in the middle. Bones here out of position, but a pretty favorable flop here. Go small. Or mid-size here is fine.
You know, you go to
in a 4-bet pot, I think the small size.
Vietnamese restaurant.
He goes half pot, but I think.
Best in the country.
Well, his opponent is going to have some
seven corner,
dominated
seven corner
pairs, some 10s, some 9s, and you can definitely
Oh,
get
DC.
good value from those.
Virginia,
But
that's the best I can.
Really?
yeah, it really
Anything
is.
you order.
Half pot there. Just take it. You're perfectly fine with
Better
winning
than
right
San
there.
Francisco. Yeah.
That's better than the Asian hub.
Anything you order there is just authentic, you know.
So what kind of food?
any Vietnamese food. I mean, very authentic.
I mean, it's a huge huge Vietnamese population there.
Yeah.
Alright, 5 races 50, 7 calls, 8, 9, 4.
When you're at the table, when there was like there's a lot. Talking about Asian population, like Virginia.
Yeah, I lost that.
All right, raised to 50 here from Ming. On just going to call. We're going to bring in everybody else. And we're going to go 5 ways to a flop here. A bunch of players with potential 3-betting hands. But the action up front just sort of allowing everyone to come in here for relatively cheap. Ace high, Manny going to flop top pair, but is well behind the top pair second kicker. Well, really top kicker, I suppose you could say, of on. Checks to on. He bets 250 full pot. And yeah, I think Manny is now handcuffed to continuing. Everyone else likely to get out of the way here. Even Ming with the gut shot. These players are going to flip-flop their outs as Manny now needs to see a queen to improve to a superior hand. Checks it over. On is going to bet enough to, oh no, I thought there were 2 pinks out there. This likely should have just been a bet to put Manny all in. But he's going to go pot size, just sort of bang on for 750. Now Manny here, if he's going to continue this, is going to do for all of his chips. And yeah, he's going to say all in, pushes his chips forward, and it'll be a trivial call for on with not much behind. We are going to get the count down here, though. And once again, we're going to need to see a queen for Manny to win outright. A 10 or a 3, and these players will chop with the king kicker playing. So the 750 brought in. There's another 300 or so on the side. Comes 6 of diamonds, and ace jack no good.
Nice. It worked out. Nice hand, John.
Thank you.
On
Hey,
going
Jack,
to take this
Jack.
one down.
Thank God. You needed your queen. Oh, you didn't need his jack.
Wait, I don't fully understand what happened, as somehow Manny is holding on to his 300. And then they check the river because they'd already turned their hands over or whatever. All right, so there was a little bit of a miscommunication there. It certainly looked to all of us like that was an all-in, but Manny had apparently just thrown a chip in to call. On believed it was an all-in, thought that he called, turned his hand over, and so they just, you know, sort of friendly gentleman's game here. Just let's just run it out, and he can keep the 300 behind. So Manny did get to preserve his 300. Sure, yeah. So Manny tried to go all in, didn't say it with the 1 chip, and so yeah. I mean, on there, of course. I mean, being a gentleman, just gonna turn his hand over and be like, "Oh, you weren't all in? I thought you were." Whatever. Just let's run it out. All right, heads up here as Andrew going to turn top pair here.
Is the pollution and
Bet at 25. Manny gonna make the call here. Needs to hit one of his overcards and does not.
no, every time I go there, my eyes get burned so bad. You know.
Oh, the airport.
Manny's all in
I don't know.
You get better.
for 190. Andrew with the best hand. I mean, I think you just kind of have to pay this off.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's getting.
It feels bad. It's kind of silly, but like you chop with all the other 10s.
Because of the
Like,
electric car, you know,
and you beat
No.
the whatever. You beat the whatevers of the world, and King Jack off is one of the whatevers. It feels stupid, and you feel like you're probably going to lose more than your fair share, but like, I mean, what's 190? I don't know. Andrew's probably going to fold here, which is also fine, but like, it just feels weird.
yeah. Every time I go there, my eyes get so
It's weird.
burned out. Yeah.
I know, like,
When some people come in for very short stacks like this,
college, early Christmas.
and not only come in for short stacks, but then continue playing, right? Like, Manny had 300 to start that hand. I mean, this is a 5, 10, 20 game.
Oh, yeah.
dude had 15 blinds. That's very unusual. So when you see someone go all in for these small sort of trivial amounts, but yet they're all in, you're kind of like, I guess you just always have it.
When I was like sophomore.
Didn't have it, but
I was
whatever.
in Beijing.
Manny picks up some extra cheddar, and he'll be able to continue.
8 in the morning, and I was like 16th floor, and I came to my balcony, and I didn't see anything. Everything was white. I was thinking like, okay, I might plan, but air pollution was bad.
Air pollution is serious.
All right, Andrew going to raise in the hijack. Phone's going to call on the button.
3 players.
On is in the mix, out of the mix, in the mix, out of the mix, in the mix, in the mix. From the straddle, flops a gut shot wheel draw. Andrew top pair. If there was a spade out here, I think On could convince himself to continue, but yeah, this hand just sucks, and he'll let it go. Andrew will take it down.
When you go to a hotel and they give you a mask,
All right, Padawan, would you like to gamble once again?
Mask in case the pollution gets bad.
Oh, yeah.
Put it on,
Yeah.
and you know it's serious.
Okay, I will lead the way once again.
I don't think I want to be in a hotel that actually gives me that.
It's in China.
Oh, in China.
You go whenever it suits you.
I don't even know if they have enough food. One of my best friends live in Shanghai right now, and they literally have to ration food because they're scared food is running out.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
So fucking scary to me.
yeah, that lockdown is bad.
big time.
The lockdown is bad.
4 raises, 275, 5 fold. 7 calls, 8 calls. 3 players.
I assumed that we were past time to gamble, but I'm not seeing either of our rolls coming up, so maybe we tried going a little bit early. 10-9-9 checks through. We get an 8 here on the turn. Jack 7 for the straight. On turns the straight, but stays checky. His opponent's doing the same, and now that we've gotten here to the river, On going to go ahead and bet his Jack high straight draw. Jaywin does have a pair of 10s, and while this board is super connecty, the fact that no one bet flop or turn is a little bit questionable as to whether or not they would have a Jack. It's like, wouldn't you have bet a Jack by now? So, yeah, a little bit of a tricky spot here. I could see Jaywin paying this off. I could also see him letting this go. And he's going to get away from this one in this spot. I mean, I think I might call there just because, like, On is the kind of guy who's just, like, he might just blast, like, a 6 there, you know? Like, he really, oh, no, 6 is beating. Okay, yeah, okay, no. So because he was going to blast the 6, we should fold. Yeah.
We have a full house, like Rui's back.
All right, so apparently I was wrong. It was not time for us to wager yet, I guess, because Streamlabs refused us. Let's make sure that it's not broken. I'll check my points and see if it can do that.
Jack Green. Slicer is not
So JC has taken his lead
Alright, 20 to go.
of us after that last defeat.
20 calls, 2 fold.
Manny continuing to play the short stack here. He's going to limp from the low jack. On will call, Slicer will call. Andrew now in the straddle with King Jack off. Yeah, I like the squeeze here.
Especially his deuce, his 3 suited.
Yeah, my exclamation point points did not go through either. I feel like Streamlabs may be broken.
Okay, first.
Cruelster had gotten a roll through, but the rest. Will somebody else try
That's what makes poker fun, though.
gambling or check? Just somebody check their points, please.
Calls, 8 folds.
But I feel like I feel like Streamlabs is broken. I guess sometimes you have to do exclamation point to capital P. Let's try that.
7 checks.
I don't know. Usually that hasn't been a problem more recently.
Yeah.
All right, so Andrew squeezes there, gets called by Manny and on. Manny gonna flop top pair on a gut shot to keep it straight, but Andrew with top 2 pair. Checks to him, he's gonna bet 150, and Manny will make the call, leaving himself a 1/3 pot size bet remaining. Yeah, everybody checking their points, nothing going through. Streamlabs is officially broken. 7 of diamonds here on the turn, no improvement for Manny, and he is drawing dead. Andrew here should now just put the obligatory pink chip forward. He's gonna bet less than what Manny has, just to keep him in there. All right, Manny's gonna rip it all forward, and there will be the call. Manny is toast. Harmless ace of diamonds here on the end, and it's gonna be KJ, all she wrote there. Andrew goes down.
That was rude.
Yeah. I got a game for you. Stack this
This red set.
Can't do that to Jasmine.
So you were supposed to show the first. So Manny won the hand he thought he lost, and lost the hand he probably thought he won.
All right, so let's see if Manny is going to come in for a rebuy or if he will follow JC. Hasn't gone anywhere just yet. So perhaps Manny gonna stick with us. The $20 straddle is gonna come out from Bones while Manny decides, and we will play 6-handed here for the moment.
Everybody plays a lot of poker. If he's not here, there might have been something bad.
What is between the hours?
There we go. Alright, 4 folds, 5 folds, 7 folds.
All right, Ming gonna limp the cutoff. King deuce suited. Slicer will squeeze from the small blind. Ace-5 offsuit. When you get down to 6-handed, you can start squeezing a little bit wider, incorporating a few more bluffs, and the Ace-5 offsuit. You know, it can fit in there. Slicer's certainly gonna add that one in. Gets called in both spots though. Bones in the straddle, and Ming in the cutoff. Ooh, top and bottom pair here for Ming. Looks like a good flop for Slicer, so he's going to continue.
Color up on stream.
For 150.
We got some red.
Ming here, while generally speaking, you're just going to want to call. He's going to raise. He's going to min-click this, and yeah, Slicer will just instantly get to ditch this.
See, exactly. No flaw at all.
And I hope that Andrew is just coloring up over here. Okay.
Bones will be big one.
All right, we've got TCH Live Poker in the chat, doing some diagnosis. Going to see.
20.
Straddle's 20.
Very good. Glad to hear
Auto
it.
20. 5 folds. Seven folds, 8 folds.
All right, onwards and upwards. Hand number 37. As we see the lovely Victoria from Texas Royal Touch standing there in the background, waiting to get started on her next customer. The licensed massage therapist from Texas Royal Touch, always on hand here at Texas Card House in Austin to help you work out the kinks. I got a nice massage from Lorelei earlier. It's been a little while, man. I used to get a massage once a week, and
Color up on
massage
stream.
therapist has moved on to green and Austin. So, haven't had a massage in a while. Felt really good though. All right, Queen 7 here.
I was thinking
Andrew,
about it too.
flop
I was
top
like,
pair.
Andrew's
He's
gonna
going to
like
take
if I
this
raise
one down.
I got it in.
How many times did you show last year? Twice, right?
Andrew gets it in with 2-3. That's part of his limp, raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet.
All right, let's take a look at some net earnings while we wait for Streamlabs to be resuscitated and this next hand to be dealt out. Ming here sitting up atop the profit streets, up over 5K. Nice little pile of chips there in front of that man in the 5 seat. Andrew up a tidy 2.6. J-Win up almost 2K. Everybody
Color
else
up on
stuck a little
stream.
bit.
7-fold.
Yeah.
9 raises to 75, 2-fold.
Andrew here, KJ offsuit once again, going to raise this up to 75. No takers. Going to take down the blinds and the straddle. All right, our producer David has turned Streamlabs off and on. So, you know, the usual power cycle. Let's see if that works. Peep on points here.
Big one, please.
Hope it would have been so fun if I discovered it in my 20s. I had the flexibility.
Oh, yeah.
Straddle for 20.
Shit, he's 10K off.
Yeah? Let's go, my dude.
Yeah, she's fucking 10K.
BCF, did you try
Come here and buy him for 10K.
unplugging it and plugging it back in? Yeah, that is the Streamlabs equivalent.
4 raises to 180.
Our Actuary here, going to try to cheat a little bit. Good try. I don't think that Streamlabs being broken necessarily added new abilities, but if you get that one to stick, I'm proud of you. Blow on it like the Nintendo cartridge. There you go. J-Win here, going to flop top pair. And win. Yeah, the hashtag or whatever, exclamation point points, not working. Not doing it here, so Streamlabs still broken. If that's any... Oh, wait. Never mind. Our Actuary got his points check to go through, and mine did as well. All right, Streamlabs is back.
Like on Thursday, he ran it up, he changed tables and he wanted to.
But now I have a producer, Mel, across the way, not a Padawan producer, Kristen. So the gamblings will have to wait,
All of us just literally
as Kristen had to step out for a minute.
took like 6K.
9-fold. 2-fold.
I'm just being corrupted because he's stacked.
J-Win here, King 6 off on the button.
I got torch.
It's not a great hand by any measure, but 6-handed, you can get away with opening that every once in a while. But
I lost 11K up there. Like afterward, I'm like,
J-Win disagrees. Comes queen high, rainbow flop on, will flop best. Neither of his opponents really have much, so yeah, we're just gonna check through. Ace now on the turn gives a gut shot straight draw to Slicer.
7 does 8.
On though, gonna bet his queen now, and 2 quick folds. That hand is
Trying to
over.
bluff with the ace, but
Thank you.
oh, yeah. Most of everyone is 51.
So you still have some accelerator here? I mean, the mining chip?
me, I put 0 Bitcoin, 0 mining machine.
Oh. So what do you do now?
Play poker. Work out.
Oh no, it's
That
working now.
explains it.
Yeah.
And
Put more hours than you do.
Oh no, we need to gamble again. But it's working
I know
now.
with some friends in the in the industry.
Kristen stepped out to chat with
The
our
whole thing about like work
producer
slowing down,
David.
like,
Out in Vegas, having a jolly good time
I'm
with
sure
some of the other
one day you work together.
TCH crew. So shout out to all of you guys. Hope you guys are having a good time, winning some money.
I don't even have a lot of money for there.
I mean,
My the last 6 months.
All right, looks like 3 players to a flop here. Ace high,
also, I mean,
rainbow
if
four.
any of y'all like, want to buy Bitcoin, like
No
I-
player
yeah, I-
controls an
you know, like
ace.
any
On
kind of
has flopped
investment.
best with second pair of 6s.
What do you mean?
Check
I have
the
an
pre-flop
auto buy. Every
razor,
month I can
question
buy a
mark.
little bit.
No, like that's not my point. Like, you know, any kind of investment.
Slicer in the big
like,
blind.
Otherwise, always comes with.
And Andrew gets out of the way on check raises with that 6 and gets the job done. Turns it over too to be like, yeah, I had a
You
6.
can just buy the mining machine and buy your own Bitcoin. It's just a better option.
Then came back for 1,000.
All right, we can do the gamblings now.
So
So.
it's the price like you pay 4.5.
All right, I'm going to start us off, Kristen. We're ready to roll.
Power price, like your Bitcoin like cost,
Okay, I have a formula
for
to buy land here. Texas land is really cheap.
it
Okay,
is.
yeah.
That's
And you
also one of the
put
reasons.
solar cell, solar panel.
Ooh, Donnie popped in and stole Kristen's 62, but I'm still sitting on a 42, so we'll see if that has any effect on the outcome here.
Solar panel?
Kristen's going to wind up her gamble here momentarily.
Oh,
You invest, for example, you
no,
invest
it's really good.
$30 million in that. I mean, how long you get it back? And you have to think the bear market, bull market is complicated.
All right. Now time for Kristen to get some of her money back here, unless she can. Yep, there it is. There's the fee.
And the land. And the land.
Loses her points, but wins the gambling
That's
award.
not how you do business.
5 folds.
You have to.
Because it's getting worse.
8 makes it 2.
Energy.
You're good. You got a 50. I rolled a 42.
Your point, like for many Bitcoin, your point is cheaper.
All right, Jay Win here, gonna raise from the hijack, Ace King offsuit, Slicer. Gonna make this 3 bets with King Queen off, and Manny gonna cold call out of the straddle here. Jay Win, of course, will be coming in for a 4th bet.
Right.
And the question now just remains, what is the size? With the cold caller in between, you're going to want to make this a little bit more pricey.
30 acres land full of solar panels.
Jay-Win sort of disagrees with me. He's going to go to 850.
Yeah,
And you have to have also spent
Playing this one
15 million or like
against Slicers. I mean, Slicers out of the way instantly, so it doesn't really matter. But that's the player, of course, that you need to get through. And you're out of position against them, so I would have sized up maybe just a little bit more with the dead money in there, right? Because there's already like 750 plus in the middle before you make your raise. To only go to 850, I think is just a little bit too enticing.
investor is not going to.
Manny's going to pile it in. We don't know what he has, but obviously Jay Win going to be happy to call off here with the AK. And we're going to run this out. Rip it one time, if I'm not mistaken. Ace high board here. Jay Win flops pretty good.
It's king.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it looks like Ace Jack. Oh no, it's Ace King, Ace King. Oh, okay. Both players have Ace King. They're going to chop this up. For whatever reason, Manny's hand did not scan. But we're going to try to get everything sorted out. There we go. As Kristen's going to have to sort of go back and click some buttons to make sure that everything gets sorted out so that Manny will get his half of the pot awarded. There we go. Looks like she got it sorted out. And we'll move right along. Donnie here, apologizing for stealing your roll of 62, which would have won you your 20 and your points, but you know, it's all good. It's the life we live, man. Well, yeah, we try to get our gambles in right next to each other, but you know, if somebody else comes in, that's their right. So we always talk about it as like stealing or whatever, but of course, everybody has their right to their Streamlabs moment. You take it when you want it.
What do you do for fun nowadays? Gym or home?
Gym.
9 folds.
And nothing else. I still keep learning on the mindset.
Right.
I read all the articles. That's still like my daily job.
It's Monday here at TCH Austin, which means that we've got the $60 PLO tournament running tonight. If anybody wants to come on down, if you're in or around the Austin area, come on down, hang out with us. As right now, projecting for a pretty juicy overlay in our $60 PLO tournament. Come on down.
I don't want to miss the next one. That would be pretty good.
On here, bets with his 8 high. And nothing else. He wins. Small pot. Let's take a look at some net earnings while we've got that opportunity. Ming up a full 5K. Andrew, Jay Win up over 2. Everyone else stuck. We do, of course, have JC, who has left us, buying in for the 1K, getting stuck.
So you don't think there's any
Full
credible
amount.
people on YouTube?
No.
It is noisy, but once in a while you can find the right person.
Let-
Yeah. There's some
Grab 5 folds.
No, I mean, yeah. The problem is
but they're generally not very popular.
All right, hand 44. Jay-Win here with a pretty hand in the straddle. Going to be facing a raise here from Andrew on the button. Bones is out of the way as well as Manny. Let's see if Jay-Win plays this as a 3-bet or a call. Looks like a 3rd bet coming in to the tune of 300. And I like this. I think the incentive is there to call with a lot of hands from the straddle, but ace-5 suited plays just so much better as a 3-bet hand because you're going to flop like this sometimes, and you just have everything working for you. Jay-Win going to slow it down with a check. He is behind, but has a big chunk of equity. Andrew here flopping the top pair, of course, not going to be concerned about his opponent's traps. So he is going to bet here, half pot, 325.
That makes sense.
The problem with giving up the betting lead, though, as Jay-Win, is that if you hit your flush, you've sort of given up the betting lead on the turn, so then it's going to go like check, check, or whatever. Yeah, Jay-Win sort of pushing his cards forward a little bit there, a little bit of an awkward move. I mean, he's by no means folding this hand. The fact that he pushed the cards forward but without capping them with chips was a little bit strange. Does settle on the call, the check call there on the flop. Binks a 5 here on the turn. Checky, checky, very quickly.
BYD stop from China.
BYD?
And we are off to a river
BYD, yeah.
with Jay-Win out in front. The Queen of Spades is showing on the board. We can see that that was, in fact, the 5 of clubs. It's a 10 of diamonds, so we had a little bit of overlap from probably the bottom of the deck or maybe one of the burn cards going across the scanner. Jay-Win is going to probe the river here for what looks to be 1/5 pot.
I would say like I
For
prefer
250
just really normal
with
time.
his
I would
top
say
and
different people like
4th pair, whatever,
like
his
some
2
people
pair.
can make money from casting. Some people
And
can make
Andrew,
money from
I mean,
stable
yeah,
coins.
you just have a call. Yeah, he's going to make the call. He's going to find out the bad news. But really, he could have lost a lot more there. I think if Jay-Win instead goes for a polar sizing to sort of try to push his opponent off of everything other than an ace,
I would see
10x and 10U.
if he's bluffing and get called by his opponent's
I would say
ace,
like
whatever,
be careful about the voice on
he's going to get paid.
that kind of low class content.
And I think he's going to have more big bet bluffs than he's going to have tiny block bet bluffs, right? I guess the block bet could also be there to induce. I have used this to some effect myself. When the flush draw misses, you bet really tiny, not even 1/5, like 1/8 or 1/10. And then the guy that actually does have the flush draw, the busted flush draw, who wouldn't have bluffed because they just were going to give up and check it back or whatever, will then see your tiny little bet as an opportunity to pounce. But I don't know, the 1/5 sizing is maybe not right. I don't know, maybe not the right opponent either. Who knows? But in any case, he's just going to get called by a hand that would have certainly put in more chips. Wouldn't call it winning the min, but certainly not winning the max. All right, On going to raise to 80 with the 5s. Bones will squeeze from the small blind, ace, king. King right in the window, no 5s out there, so Bones flops best.
I see like my former boss, like Nicholas Bone is one top one. Yeah. I mean also got a few other famous ones.
C-bet here from Bones to the tune of 300.
Like mine, I mean about cryptocurrency. Mine
Or was it
Bitcoin is
4?
better than 5.
Right. Man, I'm like,
I think it was
I mean,
3.
you know,
get them
like
to say that
On makes the call. 4 diamonds here on the turn.
I'm all for it. Like,
And On is going to donk lead this? Sorry, no, he's in position. So check from Bones. Check from Bones with the flush completing 4 of diamonds on the turn.
everything but simple.
no, they have that kind of host service.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh. Looks like Streamlabs might be down again. Is that true? I will try checking my
I
points
think right now the
to
cost for my Bitcoin
add
is
some more
like
data points to this.
No.
Bones wins the pot there. Checky on the river as On no longer willing to fire. Did have a gut shot and a diamond flush draw. So did indeed have some equity. No, Streamlabs is working, Reina. Did you try to do something? No. Yeah, looks like everything's working fine though. Maybe a little delay in there somehow.
I want to get back into basketball. It's like,
All right, let's continue. Hand number 46. As we do, pull up the beat pips here really quick.
every night, 1 month.
On playing nearly 50% of hands, Manny doing the same.
Get really good exercise. Even if you only play 2 games in 1 hour, get really good exercise.
Slicer, Bones, Andrew, Ming, all 30% or above. Jaywin playing 27% of hands. All right, folds to Andrew in the hijack. He's going to raise to 50. Oh, no, On had limp, so anyway.
How long were you guys together before marriage?
Have gone multi-way here.
Oh, yeah.
Bones flops bottom set. Ming top pair up and down straight draw. On top pair back to a flush draw. And Andrew with just 2 overcards. This one could get spicy. Bones playing this one on the button as well. He's going to get to see this bet of 65 and a call in front of him. And this is a spot where Bones is going to want to size up big. 335 in the pot. He bets 350. I think even a larger size could have been in order. Ming is going to ditch his hand, and I don't know how you fold that hand. On is now going to call the original bet and now re-raise. This is not recommended. Bones, of course, going nowhere with the bottom set. Turn is a deuce of diamonds. An effective nothing burger. Bones has On covered. Stack to pot ratio is a little over 2.5 perhaps. 2.25 really, 2 1/4. On is going to continue betting with the top pair. Had not improved to any sort of backdoor flush draw, or I guess it was running cards flush draw, whatever the hell you want to call that. So I guess it's still back, yeah, still back, or whatever. All right, so bet of whatever, 1700. Bones is all in. And yeah, this is the problem with taking such a weak holding and just blasting away with it as is On. I mean, yeah, you have top pair, and top pair is usually pretty good, but this goes back to what we were talking about with Ragnar earlier about, you know, sort of, do you have any tips for, sorry, maybe it was Skull, about, you know, how would you play, you know, more deep stacked? And this is the thing, that top pair, middling kicker, which a jack is a middling kicker, it's a good hand, but it is not a hand that you want to put all of your chips in the middle, because once the pot gets over a certain size, like top pair is just probably not good anymore. And another big problem for On is that he has the jack of spades, which is blocking some of the possible hands that Bones could have had that might have decided to do this. Something, I mean, who knows? Jack 8 of spades or something like that. Yeah, there's not a ton of hands that Bones is going to do this with that are bluffs. But yeah, On is going to have to ditch his 7 after putting many thousands of dollars into this pot. I mean, this is like a 3K contribution. Okay, maybe not quite that much, but very nearly that full 2.8K that Bones just won right there was from On. And yeah, he had 1 pair. So generally speaking, you're going to want to play those sorts of hands a little bit more cautiously. It's not necessarily just rolling over and giving up left and right, but the re-raises with those hands. You know, the real thing to take away from this, and I've said this plenty of times before, I'll say it probably a million times again, but we'll do just the tip segment here with Aaron, which is always have an idea in your mind about what you're trying to accomplish when you make an action. So if you're going to make a re-raise in a spot, for example, right? Like somebody's bet and you've called, and this really isn't going to happen very often. So maybe we should just think about a different scenario altogether. Just, you're going to raise somebody, or you're going to call. If you're going to raise, what is it that you're trying to accomplish? If you're bluffing, like if you don't have a made hand, then a raise is intended to get your opponent to fold. So what does your opponent have? What does their range look like? And what is a size, a bet size, that is going to get them to fold? These are the sorts of questions that you need to have an answer to, or else you're just sort of stumbling around in the dark. If, on the other hand, your raise is for value, you want someone with a worse hand to put more chips in the middle, then you need to ask yourself the similar set of questions. What does my opponent have? How are they going to call me with a hand that is worse than mine? And what is the size that is appropriate for that? Because if you, so many people do this, right? They raise for value, quote unquote. They have a really good hand and they raise, but they raise massive, right? They're like, I have the nuts and I want to get all the chips in. So I'm just like going to go all in, or I'm going to raise this huge amount. And there's just like no hands that can call them. So everybody just folds everything to them. And then they win this small pot when they wanted to win a big one. And so it's just always important that we keep these things in mind, and I hope that that can help any of y'all out there to construct your strategy a little bit more. Anyways, we're on to a dealer change bomb pot, as it looks like, is that Seth in the box?
7 calls.
Oh, okay, I just got the side-on view here of the shaved head there. Oh, that's JoJo, yeah, okay. So, 9-6 deuce. And 4-3 deuce. We're getting a 10 and a 7 here on the turn.
7 checks.
Time to play whack-a-mole once again. All right, so what do we got here? We've got a set of 3s here on bottom for on. Set of 6s for slicer on top. Manny in there with 2 pair on top and a whole lot of not much, and a jack-high flush draw on top, and just a pair and a gut shot on bottom. Not particularly inspiring holding for our friend Manny here. Is facing a pot-sized wager here from Slicer, and this would be a spot where he would be committing all of his chips. Does make the call here, and Manny is in a bad shape.
1375.
On still has a decision to make as well. 2,500. He's going to make the call with his set of 3s, and he is best on bottom. No way for him to improve on top, however. So Slicer here can actually improve to a straight, or is there another 6 out there? No more 6s to be had. So just looking to pick up a 5 on bottom to scoop this whole pot. Going to get everything counted out here as Manny is in for less, so we're going to have a significant side pot here. On with only 1,000 behind, I think, you know, the rest of the chips going in is sort of trivial at this point. It's perfectly fine if these players both just like check, whatever, let's get to showdown. As Slicer has a very low probability chance of winning the bottom board without a 5 peeling off. The 5 comes off on top, so we really would have liked to swap these boards around. On's going to check it over. Slicer's still going to put him in because, like, every once in a while, his 6s will be best on bottom, but it's not to be this time. So, split the side. And Manny here, who did not improve to anything more than 2 pair on both boards, is going to get his money chopped up. Set here. Going to take the pots, and Manny will go down to the felt.
Set of 6s. Set and set. He's got a set. He's got a set of 3s right here. Set of 3s on the bottom. He has a set of 6s up top. So you guys are chopping. You guys are chopping everybody.
Okay, Slicer.
All right, so we'll get these pots chopped up, and then we'll be moving along. So while we're at it, let's go ahead and take a look at some PFRs here. So pre-flop raises, Slicer and Andrew holding the pole position. 25% Bones, up there at 23%. Then things dropping off. Jay Wynn, the man in the middle, sort of 18%. And then we can see Ming, On, and Manny playing most of their hands as calls. Aggression frequency will mirror this as well most of the time. Let's see here. Jay Wynn, the most aggressive player, Andrew, On, Ming, all sitting up there in 50% plus. Then Slicer, Bones, and Manny. Go ahead and peep the stacks here. We are still counting everything down. Manny, of course, down to the felt once again on that last hand there. Bones up at 11K. Jay Wynn not too far behind him. Also in 5-figure territory. Ming and Slicer right around 8K. Then Andrew and On rounding things out.
But that's because, like, I thought it was 1%, but I've come to realize that, like, maybe 60% of my life is strong.
All right, those pots have been chopped, and we're moving right along here. Six-handed, Andrew, Jack 10. In the effective under the gun spot.
I didn't know that.
Spot where he could open.
What's up?
And he will.
I didn't know.
Oh, he's going to limp this. All right. Andrew does take some of these hands and play them as limp back raises. I'll be curious to see if he does back raise this. Good Lord.
They pay me by the amount of times people watch one of their ads. Sure.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Right, so your video is like 15 minutes every 5
Yeah, you can see Kristen there in the background working on the headset there for JoJo.
Yeah, I don't know what's the best.
He did mute button pressed or something happened, so she had to run out there really quick, take care of that, and so now we'll get the action rolling again. So Andrew there again limping from under the gun. Bone's going to raise this up and cut off King 10 of diamonds. No takers, but back to Andrew, who is going to just make the call here. So no back raise this time.
I think like 80% of my ads.
Last time Andrew played the Jack 10 off, he ran out of boat. Let's see if he can pull that one off this time. Comes 8-8-4, 1 diamond. Bones here should be going for a small continuation bet. A lot of the time he's just going to check back though. Single paired boards with some backdoor equity. You can bet and call if you get raised. But Bones going to just keep the pot small. Check once again here on the turn. Both players happy to sort of slowly get to showdown with no more chips going in the middle. Andrew's not even going to attack this. He says, you're just going to have a bunch of aces and I'm going to lose to those. And even if I bet, you're going to call. And no, King High is even good enough as well. So Bones will take it down. King of Diamonds.
I can't live without you. $10. Like, I don't ever want to watch an ad in my life. Dude, yeah, like if you get a lot of enjoyment out of YouTube, fuck it. The way content is nowadays, you're stuck with YouTube for a while. You know what I mean? I also read I watch a lot of tutorial content, like how to do this, how to do that.
So if you have, if you use a premium, like you don't watch the ad.
Correct. There's no ad. Now the nuts is that if you have a close friend and you guys share a subscription, you can do the channel stuff. So I paid my buddy like $70, and between our two households, the moms also get an account and just a random bank account. So there's 5 accounts.
Folds the Ming on the button. Queen Jack of spades. Nice hand to see in that position. He's going to raise this up. On will make the call. Slicer to come in for a third bet here with the Queen 10 of hearts. So everybody with a suited queen. And this should probably go call.
I don't think I really watched live TV.
Slicer, of course, going to size this up appropriately. And actually, that's going to get Ming to just ditch the Queen Jack suited. On, though, not the kind of guy to fold a hand such as this. And we're going to go Queen 10 versus Queen 9. Reds only.
create your own list.
Actions on 7.
Ming patting himself on the back here as the Queen Jack of Spades would have missed by a pretty wide margin. He's going to check to Slicer. He just gets to continue for 1/3. And unless On is feeling super frisky, this should just be a check fold from him. There it is. Slicer takes it down. Aggression wins in this game because, you know what? It's hard to make a pair. It's hard to make good hands. And the best players recognize that. They take their hands that are sort of marginal and can get better hands to fold. And they raise with them. And then when everybody whiffs the flop, guess what? My range is stronger than yours because I was the last one to raise. I get to bet. You have to fold.
Thank you.
Keep the money.
It has an ace king, ace queen. But I can't.
I think he has pocket pairs. Maybe pocket queen, king. But I was pocket
5, 10, and 20 is on.
Action is on 4.
I need some cards.
And number 50. Halfway to 100 hands. We're a little bit past halfway to the end of the broadcast. We've got about an hour and a half. Maybe a little bit longer left. I know we got started a little bit late, so I'm not exactly sure how late we're going to run. If we're going to go past 10 o'clock hour Central Time, or how we're going to figure that out. But we'll get there when we get there. As it stands, On is going to make this raise on the button with King 8 suited. Takes it up to 100. Slicer going to squeeze from the small blind, Queen Jack off. And On will make the call. So Slicer here going to be playing this one out of position, but with the betting lead. That to pot ratio is right around 4. Comes 9 high here, 1 club. Slicer with 2 overs and backdoor hearts. Yeah, definitely a mandatory continue from him. A lot of turn cards that are going to improve his equity that he can continue barreling on. It's also a very challenging board for his opponent to have connected with. On here is going to make the call for the small sizing and look to pick up a pair or a club here on the turn. 6 of diamonds, this is not the card that Slicer wanted to see in order to continue blasting. Let's see if he shuts this down, though, or if he goes for one more attempt. The thing is that, again, like, the 6 of diamonds shouldn't really improve his opponent. And if his opponent can't improve, then it doesn't really matter whether he's picked up additional equity or not. And Slicer recognizing that, this is just sort of a nothing burger board. Like, there's just nothing there for him. And if his opponent has pocket 8s and is going to hold on for another bet, like, cool. Slicer still has 6 outs. He can get there. And so be it. But nope, On's just going to ditch it. And queen high gets king high to fold.
Actions on 5.
All right, Ming here first to act. A couple of J wins. Raise this up. 75 to go.
7 calls.
On is in the mix. Ace 7. Whole bunch of raggy cards going in the bin as well, so everybody else is out of the way. Heads up we go. 2 of flop.
Anybody want water?
No ace for On. Overpair for Ming. Should continue here. Anything 100 or more is pretty standard. $130 and a call? And a call. On not going anywhere just yet. Has the backdoor 7 of club flush draw. Half of it comes in as the 6 of clubs peels off here. Yeah, Ming should have no problem continuing. Continues for a small size here, only 175. I mean, this is going to get on to raise, actually, to 560. On the kind of guy that will just pound you. If you bet small in a spot where you would normally bet big or check, like, he is just going to pound you. Ming here, who has shown a tendency to sort of get away from these spots. I mean, yeah, he's gonna fold, and I mean, it's gross. It doesn't feel good. You hate to want to continue there, but that's sort of why you maybe play him a little bit
Yeah, sure.
more straightforward.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that
It's
way
like
too many
if you have a
Well,
set
actually, you can do it
or two pair and the board completes a front door flush, like
It's
you
manual,
can
right?
continue betting because your
How much-
hand
how much
just
you
has
buy
enough
for?
equity to continue even if your opponent has a flush. Like, you beat the hands that are bluffing you, and you can always improve to a full house if they have it.
Yeah.
Whereas when you have one pair, you oftentimes are going to want to check, even if it's like, yeah, I'm just totally giving this guy an opportunity to punk me because, like, I'm checking when the flush completes. He doesn't have to have it. But, like, you have one pair. Like, you don't want to bet and get raised because then you have to fold like he did. Or you have to continue out of position and face a big river bet for potentially all of your chips, and that sucks too. So, anyways, does release the best hand, and on will get away with one there.
Action's going to be on 5, 20 to play.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
5, 10, 20, Ming's out of there. On has a queen and a 10.
8 fold.
Different colors, different shapes. I make the call. Manny has rejoined us, but now from the 3 seed for another 1,000. He's gonna make the call here. And would you look at that? 2 queens and a 9 out there. On gonna make top trips. Jay wins. Spade flush draw. Manny has backdoor diamonds, and he breaks that one. So checks through the ace of hearts. Jay win is not the best card in the world to take a stab, but he's going to. There's only 65 in the middle, so it's sort of like, yeah, put 40 bucks out there, see what happens. On, of course, with trips, is going nowhere. He's going to play this one as a call. It's sort of a curious tendency where, like, on, when he has nothing, will, like, raise you huge, and then when he has, like, the stones, is just, like, calling you your bets of $40. You know, it's like... King of Hearts here on the end. Jaywin has nada. He blocks Jack 10. So, you know, he could consider going after it here. The problem is that On is not the kind of guy that folds anything. Right? Like, I mean, I want to bluff here if I'm Jaywin, same as he does, but I think I just give it up. There's just way too much going on this board. Like, if On has, I guess if he has a 9, maybe he lets it go, but like, I give On credit to even freaking call this, not with a 9 sometimes. On is gonna raise, and of course, Jaywin is now going to release, and On will take this one down with the trips.
Button moves to 2. Thank you. 3 small blind.
I was thinking the last time you didn't have a flush. I hope you all have a blocker.
Let's see. I'm scrolling back up to see the last time we gambled. I think it's been a little while. 8:02. It's now 8:35, so it is time to gamble again. Chris, right?
What?
You won the last one, so you get to go first.
He's scaring me like crazy.
Closer to me.
Yeah, but I was trying to tell the story like either have a pair and have one flush blocker, or to tell you I have a flush, but you re-raise the bet that strong. Feels like you have flush.
I do have a flush draw.
Yes. So I believe you have one color, so I thought it wrong.
96. That doesn't
Realized
seem
actually
fair.
minutes late.
7, 20 to play. 8 fold.
At least I won points.
9, raise 75.
We are. All right. Even Steven over here. All right. Andrew getting frisky here in the cutoff. 7-5 offsuit. Every once in a while, you see that man just get a little bit bored and decide to take a non-standard hand and put it into the raising range. Manny calls with tens. J-Win with the queens makes the raise. Ming is out of there with king queen. Andrew has long since ditched his 7-5, and Manny here, who is sort of uncomfortably looking at his tens. I mean, this was a hand that I would have raised already prior to J-Win's action, but now facing this, he may just decide to pile this in. He will be way behind, but pocket tens, and you started the hand with 50 big blinds is sort of a mandatory get it in and hope for the best. He's going to make the call. Stacked pot ratio now about 0.75 or thereabouts. Comes king high, rainbow. Manny's out of position here with his 600 and it's more like 7. Oh no, I guess it's 600 and change behind. Checky, checky, jack on the turn. Check for Manny. Now J-Win should realize that queens are probably best, but he's not going to bet yet. He's just going to continue checking this down. Give Manny an opportunity to question mark bet for value. Yeah, he's lining up what looks to be like a bet at 300 or something. Yeah, this bet to me doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a bet at 275. J-Win's just going to call here. And, yeah, Manny's going to turn over some tens and lose to the queen. Yeah, J-Win, he could have. I mean, I don't know. I guess letting Manny put the 275 in there voluntarily is probably getting the maximum, honestly. I think when your opponent checks 2 times, I'd start to bet. But J-Win checks a 3rd time there, or whatever, checks the 2nd time himself, and actually gets Manny to put that bet across the line. All right, moving right along here, hand number 54. Let's go ahead and peep some stacks here real quick. Bone still hovering just a smidge above 11K. J-Win approaching the 11K mark. Manny rounding things out there down with his 16 big blind. Andrew, shades going on. He's got ace-10. He's raising. No takers. Andrew wins. Take a quick look here. See how many people are playing this PLO tournament.
You don't want that.
I could think of 3 cards that I love that.
That says 1 table. I guess we don't have a live clock for it on Poker Atlas. It's not showing up on Poker Atlas. I lied to you. I was looking at the upcoming tournaments tab. Okay. Pull this up. 10 entries, 9 players remaining. So we got 1 table on the $60 PLO with a 2K guarantee. So there's only 600 in the prize pool. Not even that after the. Actually, I guess there's probably the fee was additional. So 600 in the prize pool on a 2K guarantee. So a lot of overlay if you're here in the Austin area. You want to play some PLO. You've got just about 37 minutes to come on in and register. Get some of this juicy overlay. All right, 3 players to a flop here. Slicer flops the king high flush draw. J-Win, top pair, no kicker. Ming a couple of overcards, no diamond. Checks to J-Win. He's going to bet right around 2/3. 3/4 perhaps. Slicer check calls. Heads up to a turn. Smack another bot. 6 of spades here on the turn. Checks to J-Win again, and he's going to check back. So once again, Slicer going to get a free look at a river. It's a board, or it's a pairing 8 for Slicer. Now sitting on second pair. Not much to be done here except going for check and reevaluate. J-Win is just going to take his showdown with the pair of 10s. And he's going to drag this pot without any additional investment from his opponent. Ragnar playing an online tournament. Bubble just popped, so in the money. All right, let's go, dude. Take it down. What's up top? Let us know in the chat, man. Got a little mini sweat going here for our boy Ragnar.
So you have status to stay here?
American? I mean, I have my working visa, but I'm.
So I've heard some rumblings.
So I can stay.
Don't know exactly when this might happen or if the rumblings have advanced to further stages, but I hear we're having a special stream for y'all.
I mean, yeah,
Really looking forward to it. May or may not involve
I just need to find somewhere I
some
can
sort
do my
of
name all, you know,
head-to-head kind of battle. I guess, well, I don't know exactly the format, but between some of the Austin crew, some of the Dallas crew. You know what I mean?
No, I only got 2
We'll keep our ears to the ground
Yeah, otherwise,
about this.
would be like no fun in life.
But I'll tell you what, I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a hell of a good time. A little teaser there for you. Oh, wait, who's coming down? Pez? All right, Pez is going to be playing on the live stream on Thursday, so I'll get to go to battle with my boy Pez again. All right, Manny is all in with Pocket J-Wins here after what looks to be an open to 75 and several calls. J-Win here with the King 10 suited is going to try to protect and isolate. Takes it up to 775, and Ming here, who has already got 75 invested, he's going to ditch this though. On with 3K in the stack, he's going to ditch his hand as well. Andrew's out of the way, and it's going to go heads up here. J-Win going to try to defeat Pocket J-Wins. Manny in great shape here, as we do know that several of the kings are gone. J-Win looking to make a straight or a flush. There's 1 king left in the deck. So far, nothing coming. Manny needs to fade the last king, and does. Manny gonna get the dub here with the J-Wins. Judy's. Moving on up to 900, so Manny just about resuscitated to his starting stack size of 1K. Ragnar says 212 up top. All right, man, go get him.
I'm willing to pay.
On a $5 tournament, 212 up top. That's a pretty good ROI. Yeah, nice little score, man. So best of luck.
No, I didn't. I got. I think I got King 10 duty. King 10 duty.
Every have king, that's why.
You have King 10. Yeah, I mean, you know, like with that kind of, I prefer hit a flush. But
And number 57.
Yeah, I mean, alright, we're on
best hand ever.
Bones waking up with a pretty good hand in the straddle. We'll see if anybody raises into him. So far, no takers. Here comes Slicer, King 9 off from the small blind. I suspect Bones is going to come in for a third bet, which he does. Man, Slicer's just going to ditch this. Yeah, King 9 off, it's just not good enough to continue. King 9 suited, certainly. King 9 off, down.
Y'all doing auto close, right?
Oh, It's not on the shadow now. It's optional. You check auto first when they're not here. Got it. Got that. For sure. Got it. You probably did.
Annie here, electing not to put the $20 straddle on, so he will be first act with King 10 offsuit. Suspect he'll win.
3 calls, 4 calls, 5 calls. 7.
On going to come in for a small raise here. Take this up to 30. 7-6 off.
30?
Yeah,
Okay, a little bit of a hiccup here on the action tracking. But On does indeed raise to 30, gets called by Andrew in the small blind.
Technically it's in beta mode, and I got on the... There's some features that's really
Bones and Manny going to complete the bet as well. So 120 in the middle, 4 ways to a flop.
It's fucking flawless. It's near flawless. It's better
9
than
high board, rainbow.
But if you're talking about
On flopping an up and down straight draw. Andrew here with 2 overs and a gutty. But On, after being checked to, is going to blast this for well over a pot size bet. 1.5 almost. Actually, yeah, 1.5. Andrew going to click this back up to 505 to give him the business with the New Mexico area code here. Says you don't overbet this flop because you want me to call you, bro. Like you want everyone to fold, but how about this? Well, On says I'm not going anywhere, and Andrew is now like, oh, well, cool. How about if I just drill my gutty and sit on the nuts now, because that's how I roll.
So my wife and I essentially share cards now.
And now, where he went from hoping that On had a whole lot of nothing, he's now hoping that On has like Ace 9 or 9-10 or who knows what that is going to continue for this bet of 800 into a pot of 1130. On though, with not a lot of options left here, got just about 2.5K in his stack. That's the look of a man who's going to fold. And yeah, there go the cards. And Andrew, who just like drills the miracle jack from space here, is not going to get any additional value. But we do see the river. It was a deuce. Changed nothing.
I mean, I'm never like...
Andrew was going to win, but yeah, pretty spicy little spot there.
So otherwise,
Those 2 players tangling up.
Yeah, it'll give you a warning if it feels like your human hands are not on the steering wheel. It'll give you a warning.
Let's take a look at a couple of the local pros here. We got Bones and J-Win putting up a little overlay for you.
I'm part of the beta tester, so there's some features I have that's really excellent.
Like a good button.
So I've got my board.
Well, the button's been clicked, but not working. Question
You talking about Tesla?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a warning?
there, isn't it?
Are you part of the FSD beta?
Yeah,
Yeah, me too. I already got a warning. It was, you know, not paying attention. They caught me.
Alright, here we go.
I bought a weight for this journal, but I've had my eyes off the road for like
Alright,
minutes.
so we got J-Win there. Moving on up to the 3K mark. Thereabouts, sort of slow and steady. Bones hanging out in the negative territory for quite a while, then won that big pot there, and moved himself well into the positive, surpassed J-Win up to just about 4K.
Well, before I bought the weight, right, and I wouldn't pay attention to it, it would like turn red.
And blue, you mean?
It would turn. It would
Royal
turn blue.
flush flop here, Ace Queen 10, all hearts, Bones with top pair, top kicker, J-Win as a gutty
You get warning for
to
that trip
Broadway.
3 times.
Pull up, not much else.
Oh, 3 on 1 trip. Oh, okay.
Turns up and down, but gonna get a small bet here of 1/3 from Bones.
I'll pull over, put it in park.
J-Win though, not done with this yet. He's playing in position so he can reevaluate on the river. The deuce of spades, biggest nothing in the deck.
So they can
See
set
if
you
Bones
up.
goes for a check call or a bet small line here. Going to continue betting small.
Well, the beta is getting better and better.
Half pot even. So goes for the half pot bet, tries to get called by something like an ace, jack, queen,
Like it's driving me to here to
half,
the airport,
it's a
here to home.
non-believer type situation. But
You know me.
It's always bad.
164 of you fine folks hanging out with me here tonight. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy, AA Ron. Thank you guys for tuning in.
That's last year, right?
Always appreciate hanging out with y'all. And look forward to seeing you guys in the chat while being on the belt here on Thursday. So going to be in the mix out there firing things up. Got Chat Pro Pez coming on down from Dallas. He's going to be in there, as well as many other local Austin players. Some that you have come to know and love, and perhaps new faces as well. I'm not exactly sure who's all in the lineup.
Oh shit! You should come this
I was going to one
Okay, chat.
Lauren in the chat would like someone to cradle his bonch, perhaps? Question mark? Don't really know what that means. I probably just said something that is like truly horrific. I don't know, but all right. Pair here for on nothing for me. Check, bet, fold. Game over. Finish it.
They got us top block with 6 views off.
We were looking for like that. On the website? Okay.
Raina, I had a question for you earlier. If you answered it and I missed it, I apologize. But what did you think of the new Jurassic Park movie?
Well, initially I started something on the left. I was just trying to write to
Yeah, like even if it's
not
not
that
now,
necessarily, not necessarily.
maybe it's just because the nanny situations, nanny.
It's actually supposed to be perfect.
Like I don't have aspirations to go see it,
Something might
but
go wrong and they leave.
you know, I do like going to the movies. There's a number of movie theaters here in Austin that are really cool, where they've got like they got a bar, they got some pool tables. You know, you go in and enjoy the film, get some food, get some drinks. Like, you know, it's more of a destination sort of extravaganza than it is just like go to the movie and then go home. So it's just kind of fun. So always look for an opportunity, like an excuse to go to the movies, but there's so many bad movies that come out these days, it seems like, so curious. Anyways, we've got Bones here with number 1, gonna raise and get called by the Jack 10 suited. Jack 10 suited gonna flop a heart flush draw here for Slicer. See the equities there distributed fairly evenly between these players. Slicer gonna check it over. Bones will continue for a little bit over half pot with the overpair, no heart in hand. Slicer here will likely be playing this as a check call. Every once in a while, he can play this as a check raise. He is going to play this as the check raise. He does have significant equity, as well as all of the sets that Bones just may not have. Oh, Bones, wait, no, this was a raise from Slicer and just a call from Bones. So, wow, Bones playing this one very tricky. Both players can have all of the sets. 4 of diamonds here on the turn. Check raise from Slicer on the flop.
I just feel like what's more important in life, I literally gave up my life in America, and I like here. I feel
Slicer will continue for over pot here. This is an over bet, 1.1K. And Bones did not slow play his aces pre and, well, I wouldn't call that slow playing on the flop, but he did not slow play his hand on the pre-flop action to let such a strong premium holding go at this point. Going to be happy to call the 1.1K in position here. Slicer is like, can I get a heart one time? Heart one time. Aisle 3. That's a heart. Thank you so much. Cleanup will be required for the blood and gore that will be expended on Bones' behalf. Slicer now with 3K in the middle, overbetting the turn. One-liner to a straight out there. Not going to change much because the ace-5 suited type holdings that would go for a check raise on the flop, I guess pretty much clubs. They're really the only hand that can think about doing something of that variety. Let's see here. Slicer wants max value. He's going to go 2/3 here.
Yeah. The next
Looks
government-
pretty comfortable.
The next government is hard.
That was the look of a man that is trying to get value. Not going to say that I can make these reads on the felt, but certainly looked to me like he was quite comfortable firing it out, quickly glancing up. Bones here, of course, is like, I'm not slow rolling you, but like, I am probably calling. I have a really strong hand. But Bones is also the kind of guy that's really going to think this through, maybe even try to get a little bit of information out of his opponent before he makes the call. He beats everything except for a flush. Like, everything. It is really tough for Slicer to have something here. Maybe pocket nine. Check raising flop, over betting turn. Right? Like, there's just not a ton of stuff here. The problem for Bones, and which is always a tricky spot when you don't define your hand by 3-betting pre, is that your hand is super disguised, so you know that your opponent has no idea that you can have aces. And if they don't think you can have aces, then it completely changes how they're going to be attacking you. Like, their bluffs are like, I'm not trying to get an over pair to the board to fold, right? Like, I'm trying to get a freaking 9 to fold, or I'm trying to get pocket 8s to fold, or whatever. So it changes the dynamic oh so much to have not 3-bet pre. Bones is already telling people to, hey, just be quiet, because people are speculating as to what he's got, perhaps. I should probably just shut up and let us all hear what's being said at the table. Bones is a very sharp guy, but it's really, yeah, he's gonna have to pay this one off. Playing the aces as a trap is just going to result in this outcome. It just is. He doesn't have a heart, which sucks, but like, his hand is so under rep. He can't only be calling with aces.
You can't play 10-6, no. You never play 10-6.
Just a little bit of a fool is there. Slicer winning a big one there, courtesy of the slow played aces from Bones. Tough spot there, for sure, on the end.
I won't be greedy. I'm just happy to have a value hand.
And that is going to require us to take a little bit.
What does it feel like?
I was almost like, is this too funny?
Were you like, what do I do here?
So here we've got Bones here, who was up 4K, now up only 6, and Slicer, who was stuck pretty solid going into that hand, going to go ahead and pick up a nice chunk, put himself into the black.
7 calls, 8. We have 3 players.
I mean, I want this and shit.
All right, Ragnar still rocking and rolling in his online tournament. Hang in there, buddy. Best of luck. Win your flips. That's all you need. A couple of 10s out here. Diamonds. Slicer getting right back on the bike after that last win. Gonna bet 50 here on the turn on. Gonna call with his gutty and diamond flush draw. Doesn't come in. And queen high will win if we get to showdown. But on here is about to donk into this. And I don't know how Slicer calls with queen high. You can already see the look on his face, which is just like, all right, like, you win with everything. I have nothing. And yeah, On just gets to confidently turn over the 9-5 and win. And it's fine, because, like, you know, what are you doing with queen high? You're losing. It's fine.
I'm going to have to put a stop to that.
Gotta love it. On never changes.
It's really hot. It's really hot. I should pay you for that.
Action is on 2. 2 4. 5 4.
Bones still processing that last hand. You can see the look on his face. I know that. I know that feeling. The feeling of Bones' face is one that I know all too well. Continuing to stew on the hand. Oh man. All right, on here with the ace high, Andrew the 10 high. Oh, sorry, pair of eights, and Andrew on the 10 high. On, gonna bet and win. The end of that. Oh, slinging my tablet right onto the floor.
I put content out on YouTube, but not so much strategy. At the moment, I'm just like,
still I'm just gonna scroll up and see when we last did our wagering. I know we've got to wait a little while. 8:36. So we got to wait another, 5 minutes or so. Nicholas, excellent job commentating solo. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate those kind words, man. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you here, hanging out with us in the future, man. Bones here with a couple of ladies. Not going to be slow playing this time. Take this up a half. As we've got several players limping into his straddle. He's going to make it 145 to go. On will make the call. Everyone else out of the way. As On has an ace and the best opportunity to outflop his opponent. 330 in the middle. Queen high board here, so top set here for Bones. And check it over. On will check back. Does have the ace of hearts. 5 of spades now on the turn, bringing in the gut shot wheel draw. Bones will now bet 2/3 and on. Cutting out chips here. He's going to make the call. Needs a 3 and a 3 only to improve to a winner. Not to be 8 of spades.
2 checks. Set a queen.
Bones going to check it over, give On an opportunity to fire away at this, but On will take the showdown with ace high. It's no good, and Bones will shift the pot, moving him up to just about 8K. And let's go ahead and take a look at the net earnings here for all of our players. Bones here, back into the positive. He's up almost 1,000. Well, no, he was already in the positive. He had just got whacked down a little bit, but up about 1K. Manny down the most of our remaining players, stuck 2K. Ming, Jay-Win, Slicer, Andrew, all positive here. On, for some reason, not showing up on this list. Don't fully understand why that is, but I believe On, the unfortunate player to have made all of those other green numbers up there. All right, Ming going to limp the ace-10, which is going to lead to a cascade of limps all the way over to Bones, who's going to squeeze the big blind, take it up to 110.
Texas poker, baby.
Yeah, now the limp call here from Ming. Limp calling ace-10 off.
Gonna run down that queen this time.
It doesn't define your hand. It doesn't define your opponent's ranges very well, and it just leads you to get into some of these spots just way, way, way behind. Comes 8-8 deuce. It also allowed all of these players to call for some reason. On is in there. Andrew's in there. Nobody has an 8, so Slicer is still best with a pair of 3s, but of course. Oh, and it checks to him. Like, Bones doesn't even take a stab at this with the betting lead. And the ace-jack overcards. In fact, Slicer is just going to bet the 3s for like half pot and win, or whatever it was. And win? My goodness. All right. Easy game sometimes, you know? Michael Tilton joining us here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man?
Really shallow. Five. Seven folds.
All right, hand 66 underway.
9 bet 75.
Slicer opts not to open the king 3 suited in the cutoff. Andrew will raise his hand from the button, and Manny waking up with number 1, just going to flat call. That'll bring Jaywin in with the 10-4 offsuit. I'm sorry, but I won't even put another $1 in a pot with 10-4 offsuit. But Jaywin decides he would like to see a flop, misses this entirely, as you do. And Manny's gonna donk lead for 50
So where do you
into
stay,
230.
Where's your apartment at?
Jaywin, of course, still with hot dog shit. He will be
I was like
releasing this hand soon? Question
I
mark?
was working for them, but I moved. Yeah, I mean, outside left.
For some reason, Jaywin is going to make this call.
Like,
Too expensive.
Andrew has
yeah,
2
I mean,
cards
it's expensive and also
in position. He's going to call.
Yeah.
like, you know, you find a parking spot, it's so hard.
And while we wait for everything to get
1,500 like per month.
registered, there we go. We'll go off to a turn card.
Yeah, the domain is good.
Deuce of Hearts, the biggest brick in the deck.
Yeah, and you know, you got all the stuff there, you know, nearby. And nice place.
300 now from Manny, leaving himself just 400 behind, and Jaywin will now look at the cards that he has come this far with one more time and be like, yeah, no, I don't belong in here. Andrew will also fold, and Manny, playing his aces tricky trappy, will win a small pot, but move him back up over 1K, so a nice little pickup for that man right there. Glad you like the new table, Michael. Yeah, we've had this running for a little while, but it is still relatively fresh. It's time to gamble again. Kristen, would you like to go first? You won again.
Yeah, sure. Black?
Yeah, what do you want? Red. Yeah, I'm all
Ragnar finished 3rd in the online tournament. That must have still paid you something good, though, so maybe not the full 212 or whatever, but hopefully you got $100 or something close to it.
7 raises to 80. 8 folds.
Damn. Padawan producer Kristen here rolling the fatties. Got an 87. Gonna be tough to beat that one. Yeah, 13's not good. 13 doesn't win. All right, I'm into you for 20, man. Taking these dollars. I know. I was like, oh, you made 200. Like I can take some of those, and it won't be a problem. No. My hot start quickly turned to dust. All right. Haha, that's what it was. Dang it. Gross. All right, Andrew here, ace king up against On with the ace-7. Both players on top pair. Andrew with the significantly superior kicker. And On is going to grab all of his chips, pile them forward, and Andrew will be like, yeah, I'm calling that.
All right.
Sorry, bro.
9 calls.
A7 on its back, ace king will follow shortly. And On going to need to find a 7 here real quick to get bailed out of this one. Pot is 4.3K.
This burn is out. Okay.
Yeah.
5 of hearts here. Gonna need a 7 and a 7 only. That's a 9 of spades. They're running it twice. So one more opportunity for On to get bailed out. We ran it 4 times. I didn't know we did that here. But okay, we're running it apparently 4 times. All of these are bricks. On gonna need to find a 7 still. The exact same situation that we've been in the entire time. That's 3 down. On looking to keep a quarter of the pot.
You don't see
If
any
you can find a
fucking
7.
A 7. Where's the 7?
And no 7s in this deck. This deck has no 7s. They run it all out. Andrew drags the pot. And On
All
will
my
fist
all my
bump.
winning for the last 3
5.
things gone.
Goodbye. Always a pleasure having On here on the show. We look forward to seeing him in the future.
Yeah, see ya.
GG. Better luck next time. And nice hand to Andrew. Gotta pick up all those chippies. All right, 9:11 Central Time. About an hour left in the program. If anybody has any questions for me, go ahead and drop those in the chat. I'll see if I can answer any of those. As we are just kind of cruising here into the back end of the broadcast.
Big 5, 8, 25 to play.
All right, suited ace here for Andrew as he is still piling his chips. He's going to go ahead and limp the $25 straddle. J-Win 10-7 suited is not going to bite. Ming will raise, Andrew will call, and here we go, heads up to a flop. Andrew in a dominating position. But I see a bunch of hearts out here, so heart flush draw here for Ming, as well as a gut shot, the queen high straight. He's gonna check this hand. Andrew making top pair and backdoor spades is gonna go ahead and bet 100. And Ming here gonna play this as a check call. King of spades now, bringing in a backdoor flush opportunity for Andrew. Quick check over to Andrew, who should be betting once again. 390 in the middle. 175 here. 200, I should say. A half pot. And Ming will call once again. Here we go. On the river, 8 of diamonds. Not the card that Ming was looking for. Definitely don't want to pair when you have an omega draw. And now that he's got here, like, yeah, your hand kind of blows. You haven't raised at any point during the hand to try to get your opponent to fold. And now you have some of the worst blockers in the deck. Do you assemble this bet of 375 and then put it across the line? Or just check down? All of these questions with answers and more coming up any moment. Ragnar wants to know, did Manny switch seats? Yeah, he did. Manny was in the 1 seat. He got felted for the second time, moved over to the 3 seat, and has been trying his luck over there. All right, Ming is going to settle on the check. 2 pair here for Andrew, top and bottom pair. And after this little show of maybe betting and then finally settling on a check here from Ming, I think Andrew should feel pretty good about his hand. It's about 800 in the middle. I think another half pot size bet is pretty standard. Oh, he's going to go small. He's like, yeah, you probably just don't have anything. So he's going to go not quite 1/3, but thereabouts. Yeah, Ming's over it. Andrew wins.
You coming right now? I'll get you. Okay. Alright. Good luck, guys. You're gonna do a
Ragnar, absolutely right.
Yes.
Unconventional, but yeah, when on runs hot, he will wreck everybody because everybody's like, oh, it's on. Like, he doesn't have it. Oh, no, he's got the nuts. I lose. Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Hey, did you drop it too?
Yeah.
The best thing about On, though, is that he just enjoys playing this game so much. Like, he just has so much fun with it. And so, like, he's not here to make a living. He has done very well for himself over the years. And so, yeah, he's here to have a good time, to try to win some pots, to make some big bluffs, do some things.
It's like plenty good poker tonight, though, in case you want to.
He does all of those things quite well. Has a lot of fun.
See your K on the
Oh, it's okay.
All right, we got a dealer change bomb pot
Peter.
coming on in.
You want to play?
Seth is in the box. All right.
Peter, you on the run or something? You on the run?
You gonna play the bump up?
Double board PLO.
I mean, yeah, why not?
It's on European
Tell you what, hand number 69, Kilo, double board bomb pot, Seth dealing out the action. I'm going to let y'all hang out and watch this one in silence along with the chatter from the table while I go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Scandinavian PLO. Culturally, they like to gamble more.
I'm from Netherlands. For example, if you look at the club tournaments, the yellow ones, all things insane. Like if you look at the Holdem, there's no things.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, but also if you look like online, like a lot of the high stakes Swedish or I don't know why. Where do I need to get the cards here?
Yeah.
You can look up there if all your cards are showing.
Okay, so now I'm good, right?
Yes. I did. Sorry.
It was at the end of it. What time was it?
Check.
Check.
Two bets, 150.
$4.15. Okay. Can you send that to me, please? I'll talk to Austin.
What's that? 150 to bet. Wow, what a call. Six. Third up. 625.
All right, I have returned. Let's find out what's happening. Bones is betting. Slicer's raising. Andrew doesn't want to play this yet, but does. And Eric, who has just joined us in the 1 seat, doesn't have cards. So it looks like Bones is going to ditch his hand as well. Slicer will take this one down with 2 pair, and that's it. Do you bluff this?
The stream ends
2 pair, 2 pair.
45, 950, but generally, a lot of us say
Let's go Slicer.
I can imagine.
Nicholas. Yeah, no, it is a lot. The double board bomb pots. It is a lot of information to digest. If you play in Texas, it's just becomes sort of second nature to be like scanning, the boards to like see what are the nuts and what are the things that can happen on turns and rivers and such. But yeah, it's a lot of information, especially when we can see 8 different hands or whatever we got here. 7 different hands. It's a lot.
Did you do well?
Live 20.
Very tight one.
Okay, live 2023.
All right, our newest member Eric here gonna go ahead and just ditch his hand under the gun. Manny gonna limp the queen deuce suited.
4 raises.
Jay Win though gonna raise it up on the button with the queen 10 suited. And Ming with a couple of 8s just gonna make the flat call. Here comes a 3rd bet though from Slicer, king 5 suited in the big blind. J1 has the advantage of playing this one in position if he makes the call. This is a button open small blind flat and then squeeze from the big blind. So I think that J-Win has plenty of equity to continue with the flat. He does, and this will bring Ming along as well. So here we go, 3 players to a flop, 1200 in the middle. Ming the effective stack here. 7 high board, couple of spades out here. 1 heart. Ming has an overpair to the board. And yeah, kind of a sketchy spot here for Slicer. Like if he had aces, queens, kings, something like that, right? Like it's definitely his opponents that have the sets and not him. So he's gonna bet small 1/3. I think Ming has no other option but to call here. A fold here could be coming. I mean, I don't know. Ming's gonna raise. Okay.
5 raises to 13.
I think this could, yeah, it's gonna work, and yet at the same time, very unorthodox play.
Alright, so last stream you all know anything. So.
He's gonna turn it over, shows the 8s as well, be like, yeah, I had it, and he did have it. It's just kind of a weird spot there. Okay, yeah, Poker Monkey saying that it's second nature to be, you know, sort of looking at these double board bomb pots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
That would be a fucking brutal to me.
Yeah.
Everybody's Reynolds?
Yeah, everybody's strong.
Okay,
Except for one, but everybody else is strong.
yeah, everybody's strong.
Got a hand.
Oh, wow. Okay, where is he in from? Okay. Okay, so Eric in the 1 seat flew in from out of town, had some issues with all of the travel snafus that we've had this last week, with all the flights canceled and delayed. So he was delayed by 5 hours, and then by the time he got here, then his bag had issues coming out as well. So a long day here for Eric, and now he's here with about 45 minutes left in the broadcast, but he'll be here on Thursday and next Monday, I hear. So we'll get to see plenty of play from Eric, as he is in the mix on this one, going multi-way with pocket deuces. Okay, I'm getting word that the steroids have worn off on the hamsters, so they are starting to slow. We may have some issues coming up. Oh, just slow, okay. All right, so Slicer here, gonna bet 130. Eric gonna ditch the deuces, playing man in the middle, doesn't want to get squeezed between these two players. But Ming has no sense being in here, so he will, Slicer will take this down with the king high.
I have under in the fire.
This is one of those boards where pocket deuces may actually elect to go for a check.
I was going to comment
Or I guess
about
it
how
would be a
they
check,
brought
but
up
it would
O'Neal
be a raise.
Cruz or something, and then it scored 12.
Or a float.
Can't even enjoy the.
I don't know, it just always feels bad to fold a pair when it comes to queen, queen, 3. Because, like, you're just good so freaking often. But
30 seconds.
a lot of turn cards are going to suck.
It's kind of
Every
like,
turn card.
it's kind of like me in football.
Gonna
But I
suck.
just
So,
yeah, be pegging out.
just letting it go. It's fine, too.
Is that an understatement?
What?
Kind of. Last one.
Hand number 72. Manny here first to act.
2 years. And then back to
Got a real bad hand.
State where your hat's from.
I wanna know.
That's what I figured.
A lot of bad hands going around here. Eric, in fact, should probably just ditch this one or play it as a raise. He's gonna flat it. I don't think that's the right move. Yeah, Devon's gonna give him the business and just take the extra mile. Noel Garcia wants to know, does the game continue after the live stream ends? It definitely does. Most of the time, this game will continue for several hours, if not longer, depending on sort of the dynamics. But there's some players that come in and play specifically after the stream. There's other players that like to leave right when the stream is over. So, you know, it kind of mixes and matches from week to week. But a lot of the times, this game will continue.
I mean, if I'm having enough action, I'm not feeling good.
5 calls, 8 folds.
Ming here limping the ace queen
You
off
have to
suit
play
on
competitive.
the hijack.
I mean, I gotta do 1-2. I gotta do this 1-2 thing for coaching, so I'm gonna have to get around to it. But it's nothing crazy. 50 yards.
Eric learned his lesson on the last hand. He's just going to ditch
yeah,
a hand as bad as Jack 4 off without contributing any additional chips.
Challenge or something?
No.
Comes 10 high, rainbow flop, ace queen is still fast.
$10.
One grab on the turn.
Small wager here from me. Takes down 2 overcards.
Do they have a lot of
Take a look at some V-pips, shall we?
They're pretty big. Top 3 side, I think.
All right, Eric doesn't quite count yet, as he's only played 5 hands. But Manny, Slicer, Andrew, all in the 40% V-pip range. Bone's not too far behind. Ming as well, and then Jay Wynn sitting down at 26%. Still well in excess of the Lottie line. All right, the 20 is on. Andrew going to come in for a raise. 6-5 offsuit. Pretty spicy. Manny here, not a great hand, but is better than 6-5 currently. Going to make the call out of the big blind. And heads up to a flop we go. Jack high, 2-tone. Yeah, I think Andrew, oh, he's just going to check. I mean, it's not a good flop, but it is a flop where with the 7 out there and a club in hand, you can bet and continue on some turns. But it just goes check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Andrew is just completely done with this, not willing to put another chip in the middle. And Manny will bet this river to the tune of 100. Andrew now is going to give him the business. He's like, oh, yeah, I don't have a diamond or anything close to a jack, but let's just raise and see what he does. This is a raise of 500 over Manny's bet. And yeah, Manny is already cutting out calling chips here. I think he very much needs to make this call. Kind of a tough spot, right? Like, your kicker's playing, and it's not a good kicker.
You're not sure.
You don't have a diamond, so you're not blocking the flush. But, like, I don't know. Did Manny come here to fold when he has top pair?
Oh, this one?
I don't think so.
Oh, he's up off. He's up off.
Maybe.
Sorry.
Let's find out. Yeah, Manny's gonna go for the other side, which is if you got me, take all my money, not just some of it. And he rips it all in. Had Andrew showed him one card?
I don't think it was
Oh, Andrew showed him the 5 of hearts.
Generally, you should not say anything.
Oh, it was probably one of these pick a card and whatever. Oh my god. Okay, Andrew just gave the pot away there then. Oh my goodness. That's pretty funny. I don't know, man. I mean, you know, you're having a good time. Man, he doesn't have very many chips. Like, you know,
Very, very diabolical.
it's not how you win pots. That's for sure. Showing people your crappy shit cards in the middle of the hand when they still have a decision to make. Doesn't usually. It's not usually plus ED. Plus, usually when someone is willing to show you a card, like they just never have it. Like people just aren't like gonna try to advertise that they have a hand and turn over a card that's gonna be like, oh, cool. Why don't you fold now? Because I have top pair or trips or something. Like nobody's ever showing you a card if they have it. on rare occasion you'll have that guy who just gets tired of you tanking, who's like, I have it, but I have like ace jack here, right? I've got ace jack, or I got like jack 4, or whatever the fuck it is. And there's a 50-50 chance you get me to turn over the 4. And if you see the 4, then you're gonna call. And if you don't, like if you get the jack, like obviously you're just folding everything. But like there's 50-50 chance to see the 4 and maybe call. But even then, it's just don't advocate for that if you're trying to win. But if you're trying to have a good time and goof around and put some good juju out into the world, then by all means start turning cards over.
So I always wanted to come to Texas one day, and Austin was a no-brainer since everybody who I talked to.
Andrew is back in the mix here. Checks to him. He's going to bet 300 on this flop. And yeah, I mean, Ming is the pre-flop 3-better and just snap checks this when he has, in fact, the best hand to continue. Or check call. Ace queen, ace of clubs. Like, you block all of the best kings. You have all of the best kings. There's just a little bit of a
There's 2 lines.
thing to play that one in that manner. But we're on to the next one.
Go there if you want to see
Matters
people fight.
Slicer going to put the straddle out here.
It's pretty bad.
5, 10, and 25. And number 7.
20, that's like 6 years.
It's like it's
Gary
like
C rolling a big 90. There you
A
go,
decade
buddy.
ago, it was amazing.
Yeah,
Now it's
ago, but now it's just like people go there and like fight, and it's just
All right, Andrew here with a couple of J wins.
So I should avoid 6.
First to act on the
When you
$25
have so
straddle.
many
Looks like it's
federal
75 to go.
So you guys are all local here?
Yep, I've been here for 17 years.
And Bones here, ace queen. Just going to make the smooth call here from the cutoff. These two players going to go heads up. Bones looking to find an ace or a queen.
Where are the footnotes?
Gets the ace
Anywhere where the alcohol
and
is.
not the flop.
Anywhere
You're
you get
looking
a lot
for
of
2
people
blackjacks.
All the range
There'll be
streets
a
are
food
also
truck.
food trucks?
Yeah, plenty. There's a few.
9 bets 175.
190 in the middle, and Andrew's going to go full pot here. This is
It's a really good
a bit
steakhouse
curious,
too.
as
Called P10.
if his opponent has a folding hand like pocket
Is
eights
that inside joke?
2 calls.
or
you get $4 steak.
I mean, I don't know, jack or something, queen 10, like they're going to fold to a smaller size.
Yes.
They're never folding hearts. They're never folding an ace.
Yeah, it tastes like shit, but
Calling some king. I guess maybe the size up is intended to get like king queen and king 10 to fold because it's such a large bet. I just don't know if they're going to.
9 bets 500.
Andrew's going to keep his foot squarely on the gas here.
I still don't want to go to South Texas.
Bones
I always hear these cool
turning the nut flush draw, going nowhere. Gonna call once more, and deuce of diamonds, Brick City here on the end. Andrew gonna have to just empty the clip if he's gonna have any chance of telling a convincing story here. Jacks, I just don't think is the right hand to do this with. You interact with all of the hands that you want your opponent to have that'll fold. Ace, jack, king, jack. I mean, the jack is the best card for them to have.
2 checks, showdown.
Yeah, check, check. Bones just going to take his showdown. He's like, you just have nothing, but like ever. So betting is completely pointless. And Bones will ship the pot there. I think this is a little bit out of line. I'm 2 blackjacks here. I understand that like you have the range advantage and you can get away with betting.
Yeah, actually.
But like jacks just
Texas on my bucket list just because of
we have to think about things in terms of hand class, right? Like that's certainly how the GTO solver will look at these things. You take your worst hands and your best hands and you bet them for value and to bluff for balance. And then you take your middling strength hands and a little bit of your value and a little bit of your bluffs that have some equity, and you sort of wash those all together as checks. And you know, you kind of structure these things in a way that makes logical sense based on the value of your hand and the value of your draws, and then just like the complete lack of value of your hands, right? So we're trying to find it's sort of like a mix and match game where you're just sort of trying to pair all of these things together and then play them consistently. And of course, there are some boards where it's like our c-betting frequency is like 85 or 90%, and you do end up betting with things like jacks, but maybe you bet flop and then start checking on turns. But in any case, I don't know, this game's sort of rambling at this point, but I do think that 2 blackjacks there really does not benefit from taking a bet line. Andrew is going to 4-bet huge here with the 8-7 suited and take this one down from the blind. All right, Ragnar going for the Hundy. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, no, I came at like 6 o'clock or 7, and I can't imagine what it is during the day.
22 folds.
There's a lot of like water stuff, and if you like hiking,
Yeah.
4 raise 60. 5 folds.
Yeah, I might get off early.
9 folds.
I don't know, Ragnar, but it didn't register that's for sure.
check out like
Jay went here. Gonna open the cutoff, take that one down. Contest. Pretty sure Kristen and I have a little ways to wait yet before we do our final wager of the evening. We'll get one more in before the stream is over. See if I can't claw my way back to even. Or if I will leave Kristen another $40 in the black.
Naps are always nice.
it's kind of a spot to like go to the
Yeah, send you the
I actually want to do something like that. It's closer.
Yeah.
I don't follow that. I gotta follow like
Probably 20 minutes.
Live 20.
How long is the hike?
Manny, your first act, he's 4 off. He's gonna limp this.
You can hike around.
5 raises 75.
Ming gonna come in for a raise though, ace-7 off.
9 folds, 1 fold. 2 folds.
Very close.
And only Manny will make the call here, so a battle of the raggy aces. 7 high board here, so top for Ming.
Checks.
Gutty, double gutty here for Ming.
5, that's 60.
Check, bet, call incoming. Six here on the turn. The straight gets there for Manny. And yeah, Manny's just going to bet.
3 bets 50.
Make your hand and fire away. All right. Very small bet, though. 1-6 pot. Quick call here from Ming. A deuce on the other end. So we've got the infamous 7-card straight here for Manny. 400 in the middle. Let's see if Manny can get any value. Got a pink chip in hand. That doesn't bode well for his chances of getting paid. He puts it back down. And now reaching for all of the other chips. Oh, he's just all in. He's all in for 3-point-something X the pot. With no spade in hand. This is a classic case of I have the best hand, and now I probably still have the best hand, but I'm gonna go all in and get called by better and folds from everything worse. And, yeah, and he will take the pot, but certainly might have gotten a little bit of value had he gone for
like people always are like, king,
reasonable sizing
like
there.
king 3 suited, like ace, deuce suited, try to get a flush. I haven't got any fucking flush for a week.
Potential customer for my manifestation class.
PokerNet here in the chat wants to know how Bones is doing. Let's go ahead and take a look at our net earnings overlay for all of our players. Bones was up big early, took a little bit of a dent a little while ago, then got some of it back, so back up to the 1.4K in the green, black, whatever you want to call it. Ming up the most, Andrew, Jay-Win, and Slicer all around the 3K net profit range. Eric down a little bit, Manny down 1K. We also had JC in for 1,000. He has left out.
Do not simplify my indoctrinations, okay?
He thinks it increases the frequency. I love that.
Yes.
Skullbone, thank you for that. We'll go ahead and get to those here in a little bit.
I mean, we gotta talk about everything.
Jack 6 Rainbow
Talk about a fucking FT. If you got suiting the hand, what's your FT?
Manny here, top pair, nobody else with anything. Should
When
be
you
pretty
have,
bad.
let me ask you a question, okay?
1, 2, 3.
You said you've had
All right,
a
Kristen,
flush
we can
draw.
fire up our last wager. Whenever you're ready, you won again, so you get to go.
And maybe you have one, if you have a king, a lot of times you have an overcard then.
Sure, take your time.
So, would it be
All
fair
right, looks like we
that
got
maybe
new
you
players
have
coming
about
in
12
here
outs
in just a moment.
in a good scenario?
It's probably
9
the
hearts and then maybe 3 kings. Equity-wise, it's a coin flip. So why do you think
him
you
getting
want all
that
of them?
all plugged in here in the next 10, 15
No,
minutes.
why do I think like
Right
Hey, you close your horoscope. Have you seen a psychic?
fashionably
Sacrifice the farm
I mean,
animal.
you're talking about and not every scenario. Sometimes it's less, but I'm just using the king for example. That should be a coin flip, right? About 48%. Yeah. You can discount it if you like. It's still 64.
Oh, you went.
But you keep
Okay.
missing something.
27, I ought to be able to beat that.
What do you think that is?
I got Kristen Ruth for me. She said hopefully. Wait, hopefully not.
They're gonna revoke that coaching.
27, no, I got that. Come on.
Okay, not much
Oh,
fun
buddy.
here.
87.
Because I'm very early on in my research.
Yeah,
Spread
no,
the gospel early.
And I'll take them sweet TCH Live loyalty points.
Either you haven't prayed enough, you haven't manifested it, it's not in your horoscope.
3 bets.
I mean, I tried.
Have you tried seeing a shaman? You tried front poison.
I mean, I tried to keep the price low. Also, you know.
All right, Manny here with the top
Try to
pair.
balance my hand. Try to get me.
Jack Kicker, Eric
You're
with
using a lot of
top
big
and
words,
bottom
man.
pair.
The one thing you have to
Is
say.
a bag
gonna
of
hit every
Did you
draw
believe you
here
were gonna
from
hit?
Manny.
Did you
See
believe?
how Eric responds with the 2 pair
No, but you
here?
didn't believe enough.
You block a lot of your
You
opponent's
didn't believe enough.
value, having the
You
king.
didn't believe.
So he's just going to play this as a call and gets instantly counterpicked.
Can you fucking manifest Bitcoin going up?
Yes.
3 bets.
Eric, okay, so, all right, apparently Eric does not have king 4. We don't know exactly what he has, but he doesn't have
You
king
gotta
4
build
here.
up your power meter. Yeah, my power meter can only accomplish so much.
Another bet of 60 and another
I can make
call
everything
here on
happen.
the
I wouldn't
turn.
become a billionaire.
Heads up we go to a river. It's another king. And
No, but I can certainly
I don't know. I mean, if Eric does have the king of diamonds, then we've got Chop Pocket.
Why don't
Lower my list.
you should use that
The
power
top
for
full
good.
house. It's about 400 in the middle.
Again,
We don't
my power meter is very
wait,
limited.
so I'm going all into the nuts, or what was effectively the nuts on the last
I
game,
co-wrote it.
for like 3 point some X the pot. This time he's going to go
3
Anyway.
bets, 500.
still for an over bet, but slightly
We can do free
less
coaching about it if you like.
over the top. It's
I can
500
give you
to
the
go.
secret.
It's okay.
Certainly if Eric has the king here, he's going to make the call. There's no sense in raising. Some people are like, oh, why wouldn't you just like raise all in with a king
Here's
here?
the thing.
Because like
What is the equity?
you don't accomplish anything.
Flopping a
Like, your
set.
opponent, you're either chopping or your opponent somehow has pocket 8s in your opponent.
Nailing your
You
set
know?
on both boards on the turn.
Like if they had pocket 9s or queens or aces or whatever, like they're just never calling.
Okay, so let's say there's 2 boards, and I
They
have
ever
kings in my
sense
hand.
in calling
That 2
with the
board.
king.
Yes, double board below. And on the turn,
Now, of course, that can be different if it was king 8-4-4, king 8-4-4, where you guys
I have
would
pocket
shop
kings
if
in my
he just
hand.
has a
Okay.
king, but then
And
you
on
have
the turn, it
the
went
possibility
king
of having king
What the
8
FD
or
all that?
whatever, right?
what are the odds of that happening? You don't have to give me a percentage. You just need to let me know.
As it stands,
Less than 1%.
Eric disagrees. He's going to raise this,
You say what
and
you want, but did I not make it happen?
it's what,
How many blind punches?
Yeah, 500 and 13.
But it was that one that I
800 to call for Manny, which is
But we had our first
not all of his
conversation
chips,
about
but most of them. And,
manifestation.
I mean, this should have already been called and been chopped as pot.
Did I not make it
As
happen?
I imagine this is the only way this hand goes. There goes the call.
Don't tell me the truth.
No, it's
you
an all in.
free worry
Okay,
about.
it's all in.
I didn't have to
Call.
All I did was believe.
King Queen. It was King Queen and King Jack. So chop it up.
I wish I had that capability because then I never have to like review hands. Oh, I didn't play that hand bad. I just didn't manifest it, and then you could just I lost today because my manifestation was on.
Jaylen's YouTube videos? That's basically what it is.
Yeah, a couple of them. Yeah.
I'll tell you the percent. Let's see. All the 2-card combos with 42
Wouldn't it be
cards.
one?
But it has to be.
Wouldn't it be one out of?
There's only one 2-card combo with 2 kings. So it's all the 2-card combos.
So there's only 2 kings
One
left. and it hits
divided all the
turn.
2-card combos.
And this is literally 15 minutes after Bones.
All right,
and I
those
had
players are
the
going to
conversation
chop
about-
up the blinds and full profit.
Correct.
Happy meal.
There's 1 in 860.
Yes.
Yes,
I made it happen.
9:47 p.m. Central Time.
Because I made it happen.
We've got a few hands left for you.
I believe. So think about your flush draws for a second.
Let me know when you're ready to get one.
Alright, man. Keep hating on me. Don't keep making it happen.
520.
Fucking manifestation. Fuck. Playing bad.
9
Folds through to Bones on the button. He's going to open his ace-9 to the tune of 3x. Jay Wynn waking up with some ladies in the blind and 3-bet incoming.
4. That's 250.
That'll get the job done. And Jay Wynn will win. Small pot there. Those ladies.
You're stuck around for a flop. I wasn't going to. I already did.
Okay, that's true.
I'm sure you did.
25.
Oh, that's somebody. Hey, seat open. Abby, what you doing?
All right, Andrew here first. I
525.
suspect this will be a limp or a raise.
Yes. He,
9 races,
his
75.
fashion is like 10 out of 10.
Shades going on.
I should just let him buy all of those. Actually, one of his shirts one of his shirts is like more expensive than my entire wardrobe.
Manny ace-8 here. Wouldn't be surprised if he calls this, but yeah, fold is more standard. Ace-8 just doesn't play very well, the unsuited variety. Slicer, though, of course, definitely going to have to defend his route. Suited Jack-8. And we are going to go heads up here
Hey, Jay, man.
to a 6-6-5 board. Rainbow
Your
flop.
values no longer. Your values of belief system no longer align.
Checky, checky. 10 here now on the turn. Not much going on here for either player. Slicer with no backdoor diamond coming in. No reason for him to bet Andrew. Also willing to just sort of take a river and does pick up a pair here now. I think Slicer will just be done with this. Checking for a final time. Andrew can go for some small value.
9 bets 100.
Yeah, it goes 2/3 there, hoping to get sort of hero called. But not going to happen.
You know, I remember last year when I was playing poker in Beijing, it's illegal to play in China if you pay cash, you know. So like we have to find some secret room, like people play some mahjong and some other like board game.
All right,
So
let's continue.
we
We'll ride
record
our own
on
show.
like on our phone. You know, like who like how many big blind, how many small blind. So we just transfer on like something like Zelle, like to each other of that. Yeah.
520.
And do people honor that? I mean, it just sounds like an easy way to cheat the system.
I mean,
Or did people want to honor?
you still have to be careful, you know.
Bones
it's
here,
possible,
a
right,
couple of
the
sixes
piece,
gonna
like,
come in
just,
for an
you know,
open
retrieve
out of
or
a
have, you know,
hijack.
ask you what do you do.
Right. Well, I meant like, let's say I lost $1,000.
So yeah, it's
What happens if I
Andrew
just
will
disappear?
defend.
yeah. I mean that's why
Your
like
straddle.
you must like you play for a while first. You know, know
Heads
the
up we
people.
go here.
And I play pretty small. I play like 1-2, but like in Chinese currency, so it's literally like
Jack 3-2
you know,
tone.
15
And
cents,
you're gonna flop up
20
and
cents,
down.
40 cents.
Right. Yeah.
And sometimes yes, people run away.
Tones with a natural continue here.
It's like
Andrew,
like a, you know, one of those
pretty
online courses,
standard call. Shades go on. He's like, oh yeah, no, I actually gotta put these on because we're playing a hand.
Never met him in my life.
Yeah,
Yeah, he stole money from my poker game.
yeah, that shit happened.
Never met him in my life.
I remember when I just back to America, like I came here to play 1-2, like I feel like check my god, everyone plays so like they play much better.
Jack on the turn, check and check.
Definitely learn a lot in America.
Deuce now here on the end, and Andrew just queen high is gonna take a showdown. Bones will be happy to do the same. Sixes, and those are gonna take it down.
People know
Interesting
that,
choice from Andrew there. I think the Jack on the turn is actually a really
they
good
just don't
card
play
for
that
him.
much. Also, like they don't know
to
much on poker.
dominate
They're
the
also not
turn.
good on poker. And also the government
And
is trying
bluff
to give
the
people
river.
the impression like gamble is not
Certainly
good.
had
It's,
opportunities to
and it's also illegal too.
bluff the river regardless.
That's why like my dad is so mad.
Would you ever want to go back to that kind of, you know, government system?
I don't want to. I'm
Absolutely,
trying. That's
Ragnar.
why I'm trying to stay in America.
So you like it in America more?
Of course, yeah.
Hey, we're on streaming. Let's not get into the not get into the gulag or whatever.
Yeah, but like
China is great.
yeah, but in my deep heart, you know, like I love the presidency.
520.
No, quiet down. The presidency really did a lot of good stuff. In my deep heart.
3 calls.
I like that. I like how you had eye contact and everything.
Flop 8. I'm sorry, 8 folds.
Yeah, I mean it's fun. You just need to keep your balance on it. You know, I'm fine with joking that. You know, just don't fuck on too much. It's a little fun on that.
All right, Battle of the Rags here. We've got multi-way action with a whole lot of not much.
9
Yeah,
checks.
but the problem is some people disappear.
1 check.
9 high. That's the
You know, like
So like once in a while he'll send me like an article. He's like, okay, you probably have read about
9 high picks up a pair of threes now. 9 triz. Strong.
Checks. 3 checks.
OP even. Checks through. Once again, Eric looking to pick up his gut shot or a bigger pair. It's a 10. Pair of threes is going to take this one down if we get the showdown.
1
I gotta
check.
imagine that's like one check and stuff.
Matt, you really trying to get him in trouble. 3 checks.
It checks to Manny, and you know, 8 high. 8 high is pretty bad. 8 high is one of those hands.
Taiwan and Hong Kong, right?
Yeah.
Similar stuff.
I wasn't
Like in America, it's
No.
assumed that China's
And
gonna take
Andrew
Taiwan.
gonna showdown
I
3.
mean, I don't think that's gonna happen soon, you know, like, especially the, you know, look at the Russia war, you know, they literally teach Chinese government a lesson, you know, it's not always that easy as you thought.
Probably were getting so much
Yeah.
the first couple of weeks.
Just curious. But like the presidency definitely wants Taiwan in his credit, you know, if he can beat that, it's like fucking great history for him, you know. And he can be president forever now, like, you know, like, literally hold him forward.
Right.
I don't know if this is the right command, but I'm trying to do the top point.
Yeah.
Somebody let me know in chat if that is.
520. 3 calls. 4 folds. 5 calls. 8 calls. Yeah. 9 calls. Option. 1 calls.
Just top? Okay.
5 players.
All right, ace to 10, 9-2 tone. Multi-way action here once again. Slicer with the best hand. Pair of aces, no kicker.
8 is gonna wager $50.
Couple of players with pairs, couple of players with some straight draws.
9 aces.
So it's just one player with a straight draw at this point.
3 players.
I'm gonna go bet 50, call, 3 ways to a turn. Another 10, another diamond. Ming controls a diamond. No other player does. No one has a pass. Ming gonna go ahead and bet now. Puts 100 out there. And Slicer will ditch his hand. Manny's the one who calls with his 9, which is actually best now. But it's another diamond, and the jack high diamond flush is now there for Ming. Manny makes still 9s and 10s.
Hey, there you go.
Yep, 5 decides to bet 30.
Ming will bet his flush to the tune of almost half pot or thereabouts, and will take it down. No contest.
Thank you. Avi, how much you got?
Yeah, 13.
How much?
1300.
Avi has 1300. Which seat, Avi? 6?
All right, new player incoming. This must be the Avishai that we heard about.
Okay, Avi's going to use 6.
Certainly looks the part. As the OG sweater slash jersey coming on. Avishai always rocking the stylish attire. Gonna pop in to the 6 seat. So Jay Wynn here getting some late night nutrition of that candy bar.
9.
Andrew here waking up with a decent hand. Certainly open this from the button. Jack 9 suited. 9-8 of clubs goes into the muck from Eric here. That's a pretty snug fold.
Good, how are you?
Andrew going to take that one down, uncontested. Definitely think 9-8 suited there is playable at least as a call, if not third bet. Oh, is that DG, not OG? My bad.
I know I'm really good, but not that good.
No, you're good. Live.
All right, Ming here, first act. Queen Jack suited, he's going to limp it.
How tall are you, Avi? How tall are you?
He raises 1.
Slicer going to raise this up. A couple of 10s.
Maybe 180.
And how many is that? 1.8 meters.
Jay Wynn, does he have love for the game?
180.
He does not.
We're about the same height, right?
But of course, Ming
Just in case if I need a bar of
going to see a flop. Suited Broadways here. All right, heads up between Ming and Slicer. I see a queen out there, along with an ace. All diamonds as well, both of these players controlling black cards. Slicer can go for a small c-bet, see if he can just get this one through against, you know, king 10 of whatever, hearts or some nonsense, you know. Jack 9, whatever might be out there. There's... Wow, he gets it through against the queen jack of clubs. My goodness. Okay, there you go. Get that through against everything, I guess.
Straddling on 6.
Can do like 40?
You can do it. Okay, live 40.
All right, Avi coming in. He said, I'm going to straddle to 50. 40, just 40, just 40. All right, I lied. Got a little bit excited, but the straddle is out there nonetheless. I mean, he had red chips, but he didn't put them out, so. Unless they're lurking. They're lurking over there. All right, everybody shut up and leave me alone. All right, so the 40 is on. Avi gonna step right into it. And Manny gonna wake up with number 1 again. Last time he played this one as tricky trappy, just like a flat call early, but now he's gonna min click this, basically. Oh no, this is 100? Okay, so 2.5x from the small blind. Yeah, Avi's not going anywhere. Heads up we go to a flop. Avi looking to pick up some clubs, 2 pair, something of that nature. He's going to flop a gutty and a backdoor club flush draw. Manny here with the over pair, 230 in the middle. Let's see what size he chooses.
3 bets 200.
200 here, big chunky size, nearly full pot. And Avi, whilst he does have some good connectivity with this board, this is just such a large sizing. It's hard to continue here. Also not buying in very deep, so looking at contributing another significant chunk of his stack if he wants to peel off a turn card. Is going to make the call in position here. Pot swells to 630. And it's a board pair, or it's a pair for Avi, I should say. Not a board pair, but it's a pair for Avi now. Top pair on board. And I suspect Avi just rips it now.
3 bets 400.
The bet of 400, 2/3 here. And I mean, this feels really strong, but like, did you call the flop to fold top pair on the turn? Still have a gut shot as well if you're ever behind. I don't know. I think Avi just has to go with this. This is a pretty unfortunate turn card, really, all things considered. Avi, of course, also brand new to the table, doesn't really know the dynamics of these players quite yet. I think he can probably assume that a player sitting on a relatively short stack in relation to the rest of the players at the table is going to be a little bit more on the snug side, that they're just not going to be sort of blasting away here like just ace, king, just like, why not? Let's go. Let's see if I can get this guy to fold. Avi is just going to make the call here. Leaves himself 600 behind. Stack to pot ratio is now under 0.5. It's a meaningless king of spades now on the end. And did Manny just check? Manny did. He just checked. He's going to miss out on all of the additional value. I mean, it shows Avi having 600 here. I mean, that's 600 that he could have gotten potentially. Yeah. Avi going to check behind. Shows the 10, and that's no good. Pair of 1s here is best. And Manny going to drag a pot, move up to 2.4K plus. Avi left with a little under half of the chips that he started with. Definitely could have been worse for him. Hand number 90. We'll finish on hand number 94. All right, hand number 94 going to be our final hand. So let's see how these last few pan out, shall we? Whilst we get this hand dealt out, let's take a look at the net earnings. Ming still up atop. Andrew, Jay Wynn, Slicer, all hanging out there. Bones as well.
What if one was heart and the other one diamond? That would be dope.
All right, Slicer here, ace, queen suited. First act, he's going to open this up to 75. And Andrew going to come in here, king tray of clubs. Eric on ace 10, he's just going to ditch that instantly. Under the gun open and a call next to act. Yeah, ace 10 isn't going to perform well against those ranges. Folds it very quickly, though. Some players are going to spend a little bit more time sort of hemming and hawing over whether or not they should get in the mix. But a couple of clubs out here, 9-high board. Ming came along as well from the big blind with a suited queen. He flops a gut shot on the bottom end. Slicer with just 2 overs. He's checking, and Andrew with king high and the club draw. He'll take a bet at it and will take it down. Got a sign up link there in the chat. If you want to come on down and hang out with us here at TCH Austin, hop on the felt to play either 5-10 uncapped here on Mondays or the 2-5 or 5-5 match the stack games on Thursdays. follow the link. Let us know who you are, when you're going to be in town. We'd love to have you. Eric here just came in from out of town, dealing with a bunch of travel snafus, but we're happy to have him. He finally got in, and we look forward to seeing him on the felt on Thursday and next Monday. So if you're coming into town, you got an extended trip, you want to do something similar to our boy Eric here, let us know. Be happy to have you. Ragnar, thank you so much for the congratulations. Appreciate that. Definitely am pretty stoked on it. It's a great time right before going out to Vegas for the main event. And Ragnar also says, great job, as always, to Kristen. Absolutely. Andrew here, just going to raise and take it and move right along. So on to hand number 92. Just a couple more to go. Sometimes we see the Omega straddles come out. Other times we don't. We'll see what happens on our last hand of the evening this time. Very good. All right. 5, 10, and 20. Eric here first to act. Jack 7 suited, out of there. Folds all the way over to Slicer, who is going to take a stab at this. Ace 10 suited, Andrew, Ace Queen suited. This should be a 3-bet. And it is. Slicer now. Very often just going to play this as a call. Not a lot of reason to go for another bet. Ace 10 suited is going to be ahead of a lot of his opponent's range, and you only thin that range out into hands that are better than yours, and everything else folds if you do go for a 4th bet very frequently. Both players missing this board, and Slicer is just going to have to go for a check fold, which is unfortunate, and yet at the same time does not have to invest any further.
It's a decent player pool, like you can always find a game.
All right, hand number 93 incoming. Let's take a look at the stacks here. Slicer, well up over 11K. Jay Win, Andrew, and Bones all in the 8 to 9K. Jay Win just about at 10K, really. Ming on 7.5. That man has been doing some work here tonight, up 4,500, I believe. Eric, Manny, Avi, rounding out the chip stacks down the bottom end. All right, good night, Raina. We will see you later. All right, Manny on the King 7 of diamonds. He's going to limp this.
5 raised to 80.
Ming going to come in for a raise. Queen 10 off out of the cutoff. And Avi with 10. Just going to call this. I think that's a brilliant spot for him to rip his 500 all in. Instead, he is going to wait and see a flop. Slicer will make the call, Manny will make the call, and we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. This is definitely a spot where I think Avi should have just ripped his 500 all in and taken this dead money down. He would have profited something like 150 and never had to, sweat all these cards. As it stands, he's going to flop bottom set against top and bottom pair from Ming, up and down straight draw from Manny, and a gutty for Slicer. Check, check over to Ming. He's going to bet his 2 pair. Avi here should definitely rip it in now. This board is way too connected. Your opponent's going to have a ton of 1 pair plus straight draw combinations. There's no reason to slow play this. You don't want a bunch of different straight draws to get there. Imagine someone calls with a king and a 9. It's terrible. But Avi going to continue to play this one passively, just makes the call. This could invite Manny in. He has the king and the king only, but it's $100. I mean, there's 550 in there. Yeah, he's going to call. If a 9 or an ace peels off here and Avi ends up losing this pot, then this is just sort of a disaster. Here's the ace. And it's, yeah. Still opportunities for Avi to get bailed out here, of course. with a jack or an ace, but there's just not a lot to work with. I mean, Avi's never folding. Manny, in fact, just donk leads here. Ming calls. I mean, I guess Avi just plays this as a call too, because now he sort of knows that he's likely behind. Pot is 950. Avi has 285 behind, and the board pairs. He finds the miracle here on the run out, and I mean, I guess now, as played, gets a bunch of chips in here from an additional player. But now this is going to go check from Manny, check from Ming, as Ming has absolutely no reason to bet this. And then Avi will ship it all in for his dust. Manny will call, and Ming will step aside. Manny does indeed make the call, and Ming will let his go. Sort of show Jay-Win, yeah, no, I had something for a minute. And Avi here is going to get well over a double up here. Tens full of jacks. The straight, no good for Manny there on the end.
Not at all. I mean, I flopped the 2 pair.
All right, and I've gotten word that our final hand of the evening is going to be played as a double board PLO bomb pot. So ship this one over to Avi. He chips up to 1.5K. As, I'm not sure, are we missing
you'd be happy if the turn and river were 2.
I guess we're just getting the full payout. Okay.
I mean,
All right, so Manny will pay this man his money. Manny going to go down under the 2K mark after that hand. Avi chips up, and we will fire off the final hand of the evening. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. We are also happy to have you each and every Monday here on TCH Live out of Austin, Texas.
with the presidency, like we hit that all the time.
Let's see what kind of spice we can get up to in this one.
Just the last hand, or what's going on?
Yeah. Last hand, I'm not. Like I would say,
Skullbone not getting the 99 or the Hundy, unfortunately. 41 no good.
Queen
Queen, no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's not a deep stack. No, we'll put
All right, here we go. 4 cards per player.
I'll give you my business card after. A lot of times someone takes it serious around here. Thank you. And that's going to be the difference. Look, watch. He's going to win a big pot. I believe it. He believes it. I believe it.
I believe I will win a big pot. Last one pot, I believe it now. Let's go. Let's try the power.
I've never played it, but I like it.
All right, ace 5-4, a couple of spades here on the top board. A couple more spades on the bottom board, 9-7 deuce. Let's see who might have some spades lying about.
9 checks, 1 checks, 2 checks.
Andrew checks, walks away from his hand. Got business to do over here.
5 checks.
Finding racks. Check. Slicer here with a couple of spades. Yeah, he's going to take a shot at this. And Andrew will just pitch his hand any moment here. I mean, he does have top pair and a gutty on bottom. It's just a terrible hand, though. Yep, he's going to let it go. I don't honestly see anyone with a big incentive to continue. Manny here does have top 2 and a gut shot and a pair on the other board. So he could convince himself to peel off one more street. And does.
Oh, no. Not going to be, but I'm going to be in Dallas.
Avi, really no sense coming along. He does have top and bottom pair on top. He's got the dry guy as well. So king of spades, lonely king of spades here. He's not going to continue. So heads up we go. Slicer here on a couple of spade draws. Top pair on the bottom board. No spade and 1 spade, so does pair the board as well, though. So picks up the flush on the bottom board, but that's a boat for Manny. Manny also picking up the straight on top, so this is a scoop right now for Manny. And yeah, Manny is the kind of guy who, when he makes his hand, he's just going to start betting. I don't see the bomb pots being any different.
3 bets, 500.
500 in the middle. And Manny bets 500. Yes, Slicer just gets let right off the hook. No more action. And that's going to do it for us here. Manny going to take down the last pot of the evening, chip up to 2.17. We'll take one more look at the net earnings here for these players this evening. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in TCH Live Monday. For myself, Aaron McAvoy, your host, for Padawan producer Kristen, and all the rest of the staff here at TCH Austin. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you next week. And we'll see you here on Thursday if you guys want to tune in and catch me out there on the felt. We'll see you then.